Good afternoon. We are on the record in case number 2023-00246, electronic application of Dogwood Corners, LLC for a certificate of construction for an approximately 125 megawatt merchant electric solar generating facility in Christian County, Kentucky, pursuant to KRS Chapter 278-700 and 807 KAR 5110. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the commission. Will be presiding over the hearing today. By virtue of the fact that the statute makes the chairman of the Public Service Commission the chairman of cases before the Kentucky State Board on Electric Generation and Transmission Siting. Joining me today are Vice Chair of the Public Service Commission, Angie Hatton, and Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. Also, we have Deputy Secretary John Lyons as proxy for Secretary Rebecca Goodman. We also have advisor to the Cabinet for Economic Development, Sidney Montgomery, proxy for Secretary Jeff Knoll. We also have our two ad hoc members of this case, Mr. Bollinger, who is the chair of the Local Planning and Zoning Commission, and Ben Payne, appointee of the governor, ad hoc appointee of the governor. At this time, I would caution attendees to please mute your phones or please turn them to silence. And I'd also like to confirm that our Mr. Bollinger, Mr. Payne, Mr. Montgomery, Mr. Lyons can hear me okay. Great. All right. Yep. So anybody participating remotely, I would just ask that you you make sure your microphone is off. If you can turn it on to interject or let me know you need to speak, but also I will come to you when it's your turn to ask questions and give you an opportunity to come off mute and ask those questions. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence in this case. Before we get to anything further, we'll have an entry of appearance of counsel. First for the applicant.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Rebecca Price and Jim Gardner for Dogwood Corners. And I would like to note Todd Ostrello will also be here. He's on his way from an oral argument at the Court of Appeals.
Contrary to his efforts otherwise, I understand. All right. And for intervener?
Yes, sir. Mac Johns and Christian County Attorney Lincoln Foster.
Thank you. And for commission staff?
Nicole Carr.
And Mariah Tessie.
All right. Reviewed the record and noticed that publication of this hearing ran on January 27th, 2024 in the Kentucky New Era. Pursuant to that public notice, the information in the public notice indicated that anyone interested in providing public comment may do so prior to the beginning of the hearing. You could have made those public comments in person or virtually. I know that and to do so virtually, follow the instructions at our website. It's my understanding that we have one person that has indicated their interest in providing those public comments virtually. We'll start there and then we'll move to the rest of the room so that while our technology is working correctly, we're going to use it, and then we're going to hope not to have to depend on it near as much. First, I'll go to the person that sought to provide the comments virtually, Mr. Westerfield. Give us 1 second, Mr. Westerfield. And although you are on a GoToMeeting virtually, you're being ported into the room via phone. So we will have audio, but not of video. I'd ask that when you provide your public comment, you indicate your name, your address, and start your comments, and I will give you 7 minutes, and everyone that provides them in person today as well, 7 minutes for you to make your comments, and I won't start the clock until you have actually finished introducing yourself. So please go forward and provide any public comments you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
All right. Thank you all, and thanks for making time and allowing me to appear remotely from just down the road from you. I also want to thank the board again for agreeing to have a local hearing last week in Christian County. I thought that was important, and I appreciated the trip everybody made down to do that. And I know it's a lot of effort to bring the whole operation to another place at the other end of the state. There are 4 points I want to make today in my remarks and supplement what I said last week. And I'll run through these quickly. First, this applicant, and specifically Oregon, is not the kind of partner Kentucky wants to have. They pretended to have support initially, summer before last, that they never really had of the local community. They didn't volunteer anything regarding a decommissioning plan. It wasn't until the initial ordinance came up that suggested or required having it that they suddenly became very agreeable to a decommissioning plan. Obviously, they object to the setbacks that are in our ordinance. They didn't disclose to this board that the ordinance existed. They were very artful in their comments and their application, using terminology to avoid having to admit that there was an ordinance even on point. Their failure to disclose that openly until the board respectfully, thankfully, called them on it, and they had to supplement their own filing to admit that it was there, again goes to the character. Right now, as we speak, there are multiple companies preying on West Kentucky farmland across a multitude of counties, including a number of counties next door and adjacent to our next door neighbors here in Christian County. They're coming all over the place, and they're trying to take our production ag land, and if they, and that's alarming enough. But the point there is that if they all operated as Oregon has in this case, I don't think that's a partner that Kentucky should have, and you ought to turn them away. Secondly, you've heard me testify, you've heard others talk often about property rights. The concern about what happens on your property is fine, so long as it doesn't interfere with what happens on mine. And there's no question that this project is going to interfere with the property rights of not just the people who have contracted with Oregon to create this project, but also the neighboring property owners, whose property values are going to be diminished, whose enjoyment of their own land is going to be diminished. It amounts to a nuisance at best, and I think even an unlawful taking at worst. There's no way to do this without harming surrounding landowners, and that's what this ordinance that our Christian County Fiscal Court has enacted to protect. We think they ought to comply with that. That's the best way to honor property rights and still protect the people next door. You've heard often about the wildlife and environmental impact of this sort of project, and I'm sure you've heard about it in other proposed projects around the state. The applicants themselves don't dispute, at least in their conversations with me and with other community members in North Christian County in the Dogwood area, they don't dispute the harm or the changes that this project is going to cause, the alterations to the wildlife, to the migratory patterns, to the birds and the deer and all the other animals that we've got in our area. They don't dispute that. Their offers of mitigation are window dressing for this board and perhaps for their marketing materials. They're not going to meaningfully change anything about what happens to the wildlife in our area. At one point, they suggested having only installing the project in such a way as to build channels or sort of passages for the animals to move through. That's not natural. That's not what our area wants. It's not what our community wants. It's not what those animals need and ought to have. The last thing on the environmental point, I'll simply say we continue to bring up the concern that the bonding that we've asked for, that we would ask for, that you might impose on a company that has these contracts for decommissioning 30 or 35 years from now can't possibly be adequate. There's no way for this board or for anybody else to know how much money it's going to cost 3 decades to clear this project back out again, to undo the damage that's going to be done to this land. I think that's an inadequate measure to cover the certain need to clear this out, to repair the land and restore it back to its natural appearance and condition. And then lastly, this point is the most important. And you heard from Mr. Burkhead last week, we talked about this. And I wished I'd brought it up. He did a great job speaking to this point, and I want to hammer this home again for you because I think it's important. I think it's possibly the most important thing on my list of points that I wanted to make. This project is causing division in the area that has enjoyed for my 43 years peace and tranquility, calmness and kindness toward one another in the Dogwood community, in the Lacey community. This project has broken that. You heard firsthand last week again from Mr. Burkhead, from that lifelong resident out there, that this has started to sow division and anger where before there was peace. And that's a problem. Stopping this project can start to heal that. Making this and approving this project and allowing it to move forward will make it permanent. The board has the moral obligation, I believe, to avoid creating these permanent risks in our community and allow this opportunity, allow time for wounds to heal that have very much been created and torn open here during the last 18 months. And lastly, the board has the power and the duty, I believe, under House Bill 4, to deny the application and to yield to the will of the people and their elected representatives on the Christian County Fiscal Court, who actually have to live with and see this and contend with this project to make the decision about whether or not to approve it. I thank you all for the time this afternoon. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. All right. So that is it for virtual public comments. We have a microphone here in the room that's on. If there's anybody that is in the room interested in providing public comments, I ask that you come to the microphone. You'll have 7 minutes apiece. And please introduce yourself by name and where you're from, and then I will start the timer when you start your comments in earnest. Is there anybody interested in providing in public comments?
My name is Crystal Kirkman. I live at 7969 Good Road. I reside at Ground Zero for this project. I'm a lifetime resident of Christian County. I've been a real estate agent for the last 21 years and principal broker for 17 of those years. I would like to speak on the issue of property values, more specifically the decline in property values in and around the Dogwood Corners project. Kirkland's claims that this project lives in harmony with the area and there will be no immediate damage to the surrounding homes is false. Of course, damage is minimal the further out you go. However, I believe a 1-mile radius is greatly affected. More specific local analysis needs to be done in regards to the solar farms in Kentucky. In Madison County, Indiana, their proposed ordinance has a property valuation guarantee. It includes a residential property value clause for single-family residents within 3 miles. In their ordinance, storage of electrical energy will require a separate permit. The draft also includes a provision that no more than 10% of prime farmland in the county can be used for solar energy facilities. More and more states are realizing what these solar projects do to land and surrounding properties. This is a detrimental condition that will affect my right of use and enjoyment as well as my property's value. The University of Rhode Island and the University of Texas have peer-reviewed studies that contradict what Kirkland says. They say we need to be smarter in siting solar installations. They should be built in areas that are not as populated. And from where I stand, it seems like they care very little about the neighboring homes. For many families, your home is your biggest investment. It's what you work your entire life for. It's a 30-year mortgage. It's sacrificing and saving. It's the American dream. Please don't tell me that my dreams are invalidated by this corporate project. When we had the local hearing in Hopkinsville, I wanted to point out that there seemed to be a lot of imported support for this project. Only 2 local people spoke in favor of the project. However, neither of them live in the area of Dogwood. Actually, they both live in the south end of the county, where we are in the north end. Every other person who spoke in favor were neither local nor directly affected by this project. Actually, there's very little support in general for this project. All we are asking today is that they should be made to adhere to the setbacks that are in the ordinance that our county has passed. It's up to each non-participating landowner whether or not they want to give them a variance. For those of us who wish to have a buffer from our property, this ordinance is a must. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Heather Cook. I live on Good Road in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. I live in Ground Zero along with Ms. Kirkman. I want to speak to you today. I didn't prepare a speech or anything. I just wanted to give you my heartfelt firsthand account of what's going on. This company, Oriton, has came in sharing lots of lies. At our first meeting in 2022, when we met for the first public notice, I spoke with Mr. Seth Wilmore about the project, about how much we were being affected by this. He had told me that he had tried to stop our house to talk to us because we were told that they had reached out to everyone in the community about this. I have cameras on all corners of my house, I assure you. No one made it in my driveway, much less to my door. So I was not contacted about this. So automatically I was lied to. When we further discussed this a little bit more at some of the other hearings, I discussed with Megan Stahl about still how upset I was by the project, and they said that they were looking at my house particularly to see what they could do to do the setbacks, to get it a little bit farther away from us. I want you to know that I am the #1 most affected person in this entire plan, with the closest solar panel being only 516 feet to my house. The substation is 1,100 feet from my house. The substation wasn't even planned to be there, but now it is located right in front of my house. I will have solar panels on all 4 sides of my home. I literally feel if this plan passes, I'm going to be living in a fishbowl. When we first started talking about this, they said they would try to look at it, but it looks like all they've done is smother my property with more solar panels and plants instead of trying to make it better for us. This has divided our community, as Senator Westerfield had said. We have looked at possibly selling our home because I refuse to live in that kind of a surrounding. But my neighbor that just spoke is also a realtor, and she advised me that if we did try to sell our home, we would have to disclose to any potential buyer that there was a potential solar farm moving in. So they can have their experts come up here and argue that this does not affect our property value, but it most certainly does. Because one of the biggest attributes to the value of your home is the appearance. And a sea of solar panels all around the house is not what somebody moves to a new home for. I urge you to please just remember what our community is going through and that we are not in support of this project, and please reject this plan. Thank you.
Just name and address, and then I'll start whenever you start.
My name is Brian, excuse me, my name is Brian Burkhead. I live at 8980 Greenville Road in Hopkinsville. Taking some comments today. I don't put a lot of faith in internet stuff, but this is pretty good stuff. It's Citizens for Responsible Solar. It said 10 reasons industrial solar is not right for agricultural and rural communities. First point is, and I won't make all 10 points due to timing. First point is, it states that when proposed land is in production agriculture, any commission or board should vote to reject any proposal for any type of solar project. Second point is, the land is forever destroyed. When you grade land, when you pile drive and you trench it, it will be many, many years before this land can be returned to agriculture producing land again. In some cases, maybe never. The third point was solar projects should not be placed near wetlands, river streams, etc. We all know small creeks and streams end up in larger bodies of water. After the first meeting at New Barron Springs Baptist Church, I had a discussion with Mr. Wilmore in regards to the core drilling of the land for this project. He agreed with me that when you core drill, you're looking for land stability. I advised him that I was the only person in the room that night that could tell him why the church we were standing in was named New Barron Springs Church. I said, if we go out that door and look at the field behind the church, and the field is in this project, that I could show him 5 springs that run year-round. I also said I don't know much about solar farms, but that I did know where you have that many springs, you don't have stable ground. Fourth point was solar destroys wildlife habitat. Senator Westerfield touched on this. I've touched on this in the last meeting. We have one of the highest populations of wildlife and a variety of species that this state has to offer in our community. I don't care what any expert says or otherwise. As I've shared in the last hearing, I'm a hunter, and I find it hard that most of the landowners that are participating in this are in question too. Well, as I stated, they're in for a rude awakening because there's not going to be anything to hunt or see in the Dogwood community. I'm sorry, with not having a podium, I'm having to swap back and forth. Solar plants threaten preservation and should not destroy historic sites. You know, I don't know where my mind has been through all this process, but after the hearing last Monday night, I was contacted on Tuesday by a community member and was reminded of something that I've been aware of my whole life. It should be of note that only a few hundred yards from this proposed project is a very large and well-known documented Indian encampment. I think we would all agree that where there was an encampment, you could conclude there are probably also burial grounds. Solar is very inefficient when looking at the amount of land consumed. As previously stated before, I'm not against solar. There's a place for it. But it's time for citizens to wake up and realize you don't take land out of production agriculture when you have thousands of acres just down the road sitting idle that was previously used for mining. Might cost the company more money to get it going, but you can still eat. I think we're all forgetting that. Property values, you've heard people speak about that. I'm an insurance agent. I deal every day with residential property, commercial property, as well as agricultural property on both a replacement cost basis and a market value basis. I've been doing it 32 years, and there's no expert going to stand up here in front of me today and tell me it's not going to affect my value. I do it every single day. Finally, on this part, it said, when the local community has clearly expressed concern and opposition, it states commissions and boards should vote to reject any proposal when the people in the community oppose it. I think it has been made clear by the majority of the community members that we're totally against this project. I would also like to add, this is my personal opinion, my belief is that only public comments, whether for or against this project, that this commission should only consider those that were made by people who either live in the Dogwood community, reside in the Dogwood community, and or own and pay property taxes in Christian County. I don't believe anyone else's opinion should matter since it's not in their community or not in their backyard. In closing, as I stated before, I'm the fourth generation of my family to live in the Dogwood community. Excuse me. As I stated in the previous hearing, I was never contacted and was never asked what I thought about this project. I'm just one of many in the community that this company was trying to use backdoor tactics on to get this project in place. Then on top of that, they stood in front of fiscal court and just lied. That alone should have enough weight and merit when this commission takes all of this into consideration. As also that I stated in the previous hearing, Senator Westerfield referenced it. If there's one thing this company has done to our community, it's divided it, it's divided families, and it has severely damaged friendships. Lastly, there's one thing that I would like to ask this commission to do when considering this project, as well as future projects that come before you. It should be mandatory that any landowner that signs their land up for a project such as this that affects so many people that this commission should have to mandate the participating landowner have to appear at a high percentage of any public meeting in regards to the project as well as any public hearing. If they do not do that, then their land should be taken out of the project. And if this was implemented now, this project would die, because the majority of the landowners with the amount of land have not been to any meeting. As a neighbor to others in the community, if you're not willing to hear the concerns, hear the fears, and see the tears of the people you share a community with, then it clearly shows the only thing you truly care about is the money.
In 7 minutes.
I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
My name is John Bruce. with 6220 Pilot Rock Road, Hopkinsville. I'm also the magistrate for District 8, and I understand you've denied me the opportunity to be a witness here. So I would like to make a public statement, because I've been suppressed all along, being a party in fiscal court, being a member of it. So I want to thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate, as Senator Westerfield mentioned, that the commission came to Hopkinsville on the 29th of January and were heard publicly from people. The district I represent has about 7,000 people in it. So what I want to tell you is most of the input of people that have come to me, some of it you've already heard, so I'm going to reiterate quickly and move on. Fiscal court, I was not a member of the fiscal court. I'm a newly elected. I wasn't a member of the fiscal court when they said, hey, all the adjacent landowners, but you've heard from 4 landowners that are in my district already today, as well as the other inputs. So that makes a little conflict, and they've created conflict in the community, which you've heard about. Friendships that have been fractured for a long time. People who grew up together, went to school together, went to high school together, they're no longer friends. We also talk about some of the things that makes an impact, is the obstructed view. There was testimony on the 29th. We have a guy who built a 2-story house on a small hill, and I don't care how big a tree you plant, you're not going to stop or the impacted view that landowner is going to have from a 2nd-story window. You can't plant a tree big enough to do that.
Can I stop you there for a second? I'll pause your time.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Bruce. Let me pause you for I've been going through my head on what to stop and what to say. I want to be very clear about your first 2 comments, that the siting board has denied your participation and suppressed your voice. Is that
I understand I was
something-
rejected as a witness, and I haven't been able to make
Mr.
public
Jones,
comment.
given this is
Mr.
effectively
Chairman,
your
there was an
client here.
There was an objection to the witness list that we tendered. We had not had a ruling on that.
That's right.
Mr. Bruce asked if it would be appropriate for him to speak and not take a chance on not being able to testify because he wanted to make comments. And I indicated to him that it was his decision at which point to speak. We could take a chance on him testifying under oath, or he could make public comments.
Okay, so I want to be clear, there's no anticipation of then calling Mr.
No,
We tried to have public comments before we address the issues in the docket substantively at the hearing, so I just want to make sure it's clear
that
that
is
Mr. Bruce
correct.
has chosen under your guidance and that we have not ruled yet on any of the motions or objections that are in front of us as to any witnesses' participation. And
That is correct.
Okay.
You know, obviously, we recognize what was the deficiency in our witness list. We've asked for leave to do that, but it's within the commission's discretion. So he wanted his voice heard.
I'm fine with him to continue. I just want to make sure it's very clear to Mr. Bruce that he's continuing at his choice here and that we have not ruled substantively on the request, on the motionless, on the objection, whatever they are.
That's correct.
Okay,
And
I just want to make sure there's no
I've
confusion.
attempted to explain that.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I'm sorry it took me a minute and a half to sort of come to personal terms with what was happening here, but, and we'll get to it in a minute, but I'll speak for myself ruling here. I don't believe that the motion list was late. I think 5 days is 5 days. If people file their, 5 days is 5 days. It didn't fall on a weekend. We don't need to count another day, and I overruled that objection as to it being not timely filed. I'm going to let Mr. Bruce continue with his public comments. I'm going to give him his full 7 minutes, but I just want to make it, I want to make the record very clear that Mr. Bruce is choosing to do public comments on in his own regard. Okay.
That's correct,
Okay,
Mr.
all right.
Chairman.
Sorry, Mr.
Thank you,
Bruce.
Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I was talking about the obstructed view, the impact that it has. I love the beach. I love going to the beach. I love sitting at the beach. I'm a 22-year vet, retired out of the Air Force. I chose to move to Hopkinsville 25 years ago because, and I live out of town. I live in a rural area so that I can watch things change. I don't move to the ocean even though I love it because it's the same view every day. It's the same waves. It's the same beach. That's not what I want. I like to see the crops grow. I like to see that wildlife move about, and this would be an impact in my house. There's also been a report, in the analysis of study, they talked about the negligible effect on the price of real estate. Well, I think you've heard the emotional response. There's also listed in their analysis from the BB company that the loss of revenue for residential areas around in the rural residential is upwards of 12%, up to 12%. Well, if your house lost 10% value today based on what your neighbor did, you wouldn't think that's negligible. There are other studies that'll tell you that's closer to 30%. We had a lot of reps come into the public meeting on the 29th to tell that there's all these jobs coming. Orden/Dogwood early on represented to the fiscal court that they're going to have 3 to 5 permanent jobs. So we're talking 3 to 5 jobs. All the other jobs are a year to year and a half in length. They're temporary and they're gone. Matter of fact, one of those labor reps, on a side conversation with me, he's from Greene County. And he said he lives on his family farm in Greene County. So I asked him, do you have solar panels? And his answer was, I was approached, but I declined. Now, I don't understand. There's a dozen reasons to decline. But I thought that very interesting that he's here to push for a project that he doesn't want on his own land. Which leads me to the next point. Not in my backyard. It's been expressed several times. As long as this is in your backyard, this is fine and dandy. Just don't put it in my backyard. To carry on that point further, the very people who are advocating property rights, I can do whatever I want on my property, they call me to complain about the neighbor who has cars parked on the driveway. 5, 6 cars parked in the driveway or the front yard. They got trash piling up all over around their house. These are actions by your neighbor that on their property that affect you. So the same people advocating for property, in absolute property rights, also want the government, me, the fiscal court, to intervene on their behalf to protect their property. So the same thing goes here. It's what you do on your property affects your neighbor. This solar farm will affect the neighborhood. I can't believe you can't see that there's an impact there. You know, we have a long history where like 100 years worth of history where government agencies do regulate in one fashion or another what's done on another person's property. And we've done that as quote, the public good or maintaining the public interest. And then we get to what I think is one of the biggest points, and that's the decommissioning, reclamation. We started mining coal in Kentucky in the 1700s. Strip mining really took off in the 1800s. But it's the 1960s before we started making regulations to reclaim that land, strip mines in particular. So if that be true, then the next part is, don't want to make those same mistakes here. Let's get in front of this so reclamation bonds to be able to restore the land. Because it's hard for me to imagine the technology that you're putting in today is going to be the same and very useful 30, 35, 45, 55 years from now. I had a bag phone in the 90s. I'm old enough to have one of those. And you took that thing out, and if I really wanted to hold on to a phone call, I stopped the car, got out, put the bag phone on top of the car, stuck up the antenna, then I could stand there and talk. That's 30 years ago. That was cutting edge technology then. I got one because I was in the military. That's how I had it. So I could be in constant contact. Now we carry computers around, okay? Almost everybody in this room, I almost guarantee, has one. And that's it. So how is the technology going to last that long? Well, the matter of fact is 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, my fear is they drive away and there it is. So you got to put the land back like it was. Thousands of steel posts driven in the ground, hundreds of thousands of panels, and rock, lots and lots and lots of rock. I don't know if you've ever plowed ground before, but I'm telling you, if you're plowing ground and you hit a rock, you know it. That's an old farmer thing. You could ask your farmer friends about it. You hit rocks, you know that. So that's why, those are various reasons, but I'm really focused on the tail end of it, and that is reclamation. It's a big issue. If you're going to restore the land, you got to put that up front. And as is mentioned, how do we know how much it's going to cost 50 years from now to do that? I thank you very much for your time.
My name's Wayne Hunt. I'm 81 years old, a resident of Christian County. I'm here to support these people. For one thing, I graduated from high school with some of these people live. Well, I'm 100% agriculture. I have 21 operations in 6 states. We farm 10,000 acres in Christian County. We're the number 1, number 2 county in agriculture in the state of Kentucky. And I'm saying one thing, and I mean it, I think I get a lot of people agree that solar is the biggest threat to production agriculture we have today. I've served on the Kentucky Ag Development Board and the Kentucky Ag Finance Corporation. Paul Patton put me on it in 2000. I've been 23 years. Only one still on there that started. Been appointed by every governor, but this young man's in office now. We have raised the net farm income in Kentucky from about $3 billion to right at $9 billion. It's the tobacco money we're having. We've distributed about $800 to $900 million in our 23 years. Took us 2 years to get it going. House Bill 611, one of the best pieces of legislation ever made. They took it, and they gave authority and put the money in it. What the good thing I love about it, we can make decisions and implement them, and the legislature can't change it. It's plain print there. But we took that and made this state a mark in agriculture. And I have to say, I spent $1 million in solar last year. We built 4 new buildings. We put the solar panels. They gave me the same thing you're giving to people today. They gave us tax credits. We put them on our own building. Didn't disrupt anybody. Didn't see anything, but I just checked the electric bill. One of them was $1,000 higher and the other was $1,500 cheaper in 2 of the buildings. I think the solar benefits would really need to be looked at. But I have drove through a 1,600-acre solar farm, solar field in Russellville, Kentucky, and cried. If you can tell me, you can show me a decommissioned solar farm and put it back in agriculture, I'll back down. But I've asked and asked in every meeting I've been in, so far nobody's ever been able to do it. If I ride through that one, I can understand why, because it's totally disrupted that farm. There's more track hoes and backhoes and stuff like that one I've ever seen, digging 3-foot, 4-foot ditches. And in the old days, it really looks like a old drive-in movie with a million speaker poles in to look at. And if we think we're going to pasture under solar panels with goats and sheep, a goat can get on a solar panel. My sheep can, but a goat can get up on top of a solar panel. And on top of that, I don't think anybody can tell me what we can do with that panel after it's tore up. What kind of waste is it? Where is it? I'm not against solar panels. And I have studied siting groups. I'm glad to get in front of you folks. I think all states got some. Now, Ohio, I think it was Ohio yesterday discussed placing. This group may be the ones that have to place for a solar panel. Solar's got a place, but it's not where you want to put it. It's cheap to put it there. It's easy to come in and put it on flat ground. This group here is within 25 miles of strip land land. Why you not go the 25 miles? Well, we can't afford to. If you can't afford to build your own infrastructure for your product, it's not going to make it anyway. We've got some people in Christian County have walked away from small fortunes, to not destroy their farm. One of them got 2,000 acres under the TVA line, had 5 envelopes in his mailbox in one day. They didn't get a single piece. It's not what it's structured to be. We're the country, I'm saying I'm 81 years old, pretty plain spoken, saying The country today is EV, we green energy. I'm not against green energy. If we can make it work, but I'm telling you, what we're working with today is not going to get the project done. I think it disrupts people. That's why I'm here. I'm my lovely wife, we were married in high school and been married to her 64 years. She said, you'll stand up and help them people now if you can. That's why I'm here. But I'm also standing for the state. I am compassionate about agriculture. And I'm in Frankfurt 2 times a month at least. And sometimes when we're starting the ag development finance, I was up here 20-something thousand miles a year for a year or two to get it in place. But agriculture is ranked in Kentucky today, and you folks are going to have a say so on where it goes. Hope my understanding. That's what Ohio did. I think Ohio banned some yesterday. They all of a sudden it's beginning to catch on. There's places for it. If you want to have it, there's places for it. But they're going to have to spend that money they want to keep and pay for getting it done and getting it back where it needs to be. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I just know production agriculture is an easy mark for it. And then give it enough money, it's unlimited money. Unlimited money. What you do. Rooftops, non-productive ground. There's one other thing. I'm pretty dumb sometimes. I got to think about my own situation after trading on them buildings and thinking, I didn't ask them, what happened if that building leaks? And that's it. Well, you just have to take it off, and put some screws in there and them holes where you put it on there and hope it don't leak. Everything has issues. But our situation, our spending, our money, it didn't disrupt a single person. It was just us. But the tax credit is what sold it, not the solar. And I don't see the benefits either. I appreciate what you all do. Good to see you all. I'm up here quite a bit. I might get to see you again sometime. But I'm not against solar, but it needs to be where it belongs. It has a place. Rooftops, non-productive land, coal mining lands. That can't do anything else with it. That's one other thing. When it's sloping, would you believe in our situation, every building, they didn't cover up that whole building. They didn't even put but about a 60% on one side on some of them. The shops at home, they put about 60%. I think the deal was made with the local electric. You can put so much and that's all. You're not going to let you in this market too much. I don't even know what I'm talking about. They didn't cover them buildings up that I thought they were going to cover up. It was all right. We got them on 8 buildings. I appreciate what you all do. I appreciate what you face too. I hope you think about that.
Anyone else? Last call for public comments. Okay. Seeing none, I would indicate that public comments can be provided at any time for the next 7 days for the submission of the record in this case. Remind folks that they can provide public comments by mailing them to the Public Service Commission at 211 Sauer Boulevard, SOWER, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601. They can be emailed to the PSC at psc.comment@ky.gov. And they can be provided through our website at psc.ky.gov. We just ask that anytime you provide public comments that you provide your name, your address, and the case number. I did get an indication before we closed public comments. We did get a subsequent message from Senator Westerfield, who said he feels like he may have neglected to mention his name or his address. So to supplement it, he asked that we go ahead and supplement the record that it was Whitney Westerfield at 9361 Old Fruit Hill Row in Crofton. Great. No other public comment? Okay. All right, so let's go through some of our procedural issues here, council. Pull up the docket in front of me here. So there was the witness lists were provided on the 31st and the 1st. As I indicated earlier, I don't believe that the county's witness list was late. Even if it was, I don't think there's anything prejudicial. I think there were 5 days prior to the hearing, but if not, it was received on the 2nd. Then, in addition to objecting to the timing of the witness list, it's my understanding, counsel, that you all also objected to the actual witnesses themselves. It's my understanding, just from context this morning, and I want to ask opposing counsel first before I move to you. that you all are no longer anticipating calling Mr. Bruce. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. We do not anticipate calling Squire Bruce.
Okay. So the other witness that was identified is the judge executive, Mr. Gilliam, and you all object to Mr. Gilliam. Gilliam? Gilliam?
Yes, Gillum.
Gilliam, yeah. That's what we do in Kentucky. We ignore whole letters and words. We were talking about this recently. So, Judge Gilliam, and you all object to Mr. Gilliam being presented as a witness today. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We object in both the witness list and in the motion for the board to accept the witness list. The characterization of Judge Executive Gilliam's testimony was that of purely drawing legal conclusions as to his personal review of Dogwood Corners application related to any ordinances in Christian County and how any of his perceived failures of Dogwood Corners applications would be, quote, fatal to the application before the citing board. This is an evidentiary hearing pursuant to Section 6, 507 KR 510, limited to whether or not Dogwood Corners application meets the requirements set forth in 278, 710. Both Dogwood Corners and any intervening party is able to present factual evidence orally in addition to the hundreds of pages that have been filed already in the written record. It's not for parties nor lawyers to make those legal conclusions about the application. That's for the citing board. So any legal conclusions should be made by the citing board and not witnesses presented by the interveners.
Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Sharp. The crux of Judge Gilliam's testimony is going to be that he is personally familiar with the ordinance, so he's testifying from personal knowledge. Its contents, he is personally familiar with, based on his review of what Dogwood Corners' plan is, and it will amplify the fact that Dogwood, whether she characterizes it as a legal conclusion or not, is not in compliance with the 2022-04 ordinance, which has never been found invalid by court. The litigation was dismissed by the Christian Circuit Court because of the new ordinance, but that, at the time of this application, was a valid ordinance. And I think the Commission has recognized that in some of its past orders.
Mr. Chairman, I understand Mr. John's argument, and again, I would reiterate that that is a legal argument as to the compliance with the ordinance. This issue has been briefed in both Dogwood Corners' response to the BBC consultant's report as well as the county's reply to Dogwood Corners' submission. We would be happy to have an external argument on this or submit additional briefing, but as for today, it's limited to taking evidence as to whether or not the application fulfills the requirements of KRS 278-710.
Okay, so I'm going to overrule the objection. I do take note, counsel. I think that it is important that for the purposes of the presentation of the judge, that the questions asked of him are limited to those factual questions. I don't believe that he's being tendered as an expert witness, or otherwise it wouldn't have, your all's presentation and the witness list and everything else would not have complied with the regulation requiring notice and a report. And I also don't think that he would qualify as an expert witness as it relates to this particular issue. With that being said, I'll also note, just for my purposes, and we will memorialize this in an order. But as I read other provisions of Chapter 278, and they were written prior to the existence of the citing board, but at least 278-310 says that all hearings and investigations before the commission or any commissioner do not have to strictly adhere to the technical rules of legal evidence. I think that the legislature knew what they were doing by making the 3 PSC commissioners on the citing board, as well as having the chair cite it, to not have to recreate the entirety of those provisions of Chapter 278 as it relates to hearings. And so, A, I don't think we're bound by the technical rules of evidence. I told council before we walked in, I don't anticipate having to run through a Daubert examination today, and I'm not going to. So we will get out of here at a reasonable time. But for the purposes of providing factual evidence, I will allow the judge executive to appear as a witness. I will also entertain objections to questions so is your right. I'll rule on those accordingly if they should come up. I would also note that both parties are afforded by regulation an opportunity to brief this case 7 days following the hearing. I think that would be a great opportunity if you want to have a broader brief or two separate briefs, whatever it may be, but it may be good if anybody has positions as to the legal issues in this case, that's the place to take it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other, I've ruled on your motion. I think the motion for leave to file the witness list late is moot. I overrule the objection to that. Overrule the objection as it relates to the judge's presentation, and Mr. Bruce's, your request to bring him as a witness, I believe, is now moot or mooted by his opportunity to provide comments today as a member of the public. Are there any other procedural motions, issues, or objections that we need to take up prior to starting the hearing?
Nothing from Dogwood Corners.
No, sir, not from the intervener.
All right, so procedurally, and this is for the benefit of our two ad hoc members, but also council, we'll start with the applicant. We'll allow you to call your witnesses. Please do a brief introduction and tender her for cross-examination. We'll first go to the intervener. You'll have an opportunity to conduct a cross-examination limited to the issues identified or any data request responses that individual has supported throughout the case. Our staff counsel will conduct any discovery. Then I'll go to Deputy Secretary Lyons to see if he has questions. Same with Mr. Montgomery. I'll move to Mr. Bollinger and then Mr. Payne. And we'll move to the Vice Chair, Commissioner Regan, and myself, and give you an opportunity, Mr. Price, to come back and conduct a redirect. Once you finish with your case and you have no other witnesses or would not like to call witnesses, I'll give you an opportunity to call the judge, do a quick introduction, lay some introductory questions, tender for cross-examination, whereas applicant will be able to conduct cross-examination, and we'll go through again the same process with our ad hoc members, our staff attorneys, our ad hoc members, our other statutory members, and then the three of us. Any questions? Thank you. All right, so with all of that, we have gone for a full hour. So we'll take a witness or two, and then we'll take a short break and then continue on. Mr. Price, we going to call your first witness?
I would call Megan Stahl.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
Megan Stahl. My business address is 106 Isabella Street, Suite 400, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 15212.
I'd ask Ms. Stahl, pull the microphone to you as close as you can. Because of the plexiglass, you're going to feel like what I'm about to tell you is going to sound silly, but you're going to need to sort of yell. It's going to feel like you're yelling, and for the rest of us, you're not. But it's also necessary for our folks that are participating remotely in order for the microphones to pick it up. So just make sure you speak up whenever you're speaking.
Okay.
All right. Counsel?
Good afternoon, Ms. Stahl. I know you just said it, but will you say your name for the record?
Megan Stahl,
And by whom are you employed?
Oridan,
And what is your title with Oregon?
Development Manager.
And what is your role with this project?
My role is the day-to-day project management, so primarily that involves environmental due diligence, permitting, community outreach, and coordination with our engineering and design, finance, and commercial aspects of the project.
Okay. Did you assist in the preparation of materials that have been submitted to the siting board in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you sponsor a data request in this case?
Yes, I did.
Will you field questions regarding wetland and water body delineation reports for which Ryan Ruprecht was previously listed as a witness?
Yes.
Will you field questions regarding the geotechnical report for which Bradley Reynolds and Lee McCoy were previously listed as witnesses?
Yes.
Do you have any substantive changes to the materials or responses that you've previously provided this board?
No.
Do you adopt the information you previously submitted as your testimony here today?
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Counsel, any questions of this witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a few witnesses, or just a few questions. Ms. Stahl, at the time of Dogwood's application, were you aware of Christian County Ordinance 22-04?
Yes.
And in fact, on November 29th of 2022, did you and Mr. Osterloh speak at the Christian Fiscal Court?
Yes.
And in fact, isn't it true, the plans that have been submitted by Dogwood Corners to the commission for this project do not comply with ordinance 2022-04?
Mr. Chairman, I would argue that compliance with the ordinance is a legal conclusion and is inappropriate for this witness.
Are you objecting to
I'm
the question?
objecting, yes.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. I'll give you, it's a request for a legal opinion.
Ms. Stahl, did Dogwood Corners file a lawsuit in Christian Circuit Court?
Yes.
Has that lawsuit been dismissed?
Yes.
Did that dismissal indicate whether or not the ordinance was valid or invalid?
I don't believe that it did.
Don't believe that it did?
Mr. Chairman, I would argue that he's asking the witness to interpret a judicial order, which would be going to a legal conclusion.
I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, to what's in the order. We would offer a certified copy of the Christian Circuit Court order dismissing this.
Mr.
Give Ms.
Chairman, I
Price a
believe,
copy.
yes, I believe that's been filed in the record, and I believe the document speaks for itself without Ms. Stahl's interpretation of it.
He hasn't asked the question about it yet, so. Are you still objecting to the original question?
Yes.
Do you have a response to that?
Well,
Or you withdrawing the
I
question and
withdraw,
providing the
I've
ordinance?
reformulated the question to ask her knowledge of the order and her knowledge of whether or not, in its contents, it declares the ordinance invalid.
It dismissed the case.
Mr. Chair, I
It,
can't-
Please repeat the answer.
the complaint was dismissed.
Okay, thank you. And have you reviewed ordinance 2022-004?
Yes.
Does it contain setback lines based on your review?
Could you repeat that?
Does ordinance 2022-004 contain setback lines based on your review?
I can't hear what you said after setback.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
What did you say after setback?
Oh, does ordinance 2022-004 contain setback lines in the ordinance?
Yes, it contains specific setbacks.
And you addressed the fiscal court with suggestions regarding reducing those setback lines, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the setback lines based upon your review of the ordinance? What's the distance based on your review of the ordinance?
There are numerous setbacks listed in the ordinance, and I don't have that in front of me.
When you appeared before the fiscal court, I've got to look at you, I'm sorry, Ms. Stahl, we've met before. When you appeared before the fiscal court, did you inform the fiscal court the project could not comply with the ordinance?
No, I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Did you request the ordinance be amended?
I don't believe that I made that request. I provided suggestions prior to the ordinance being voted upon.
Okay. And what were those suggestions?
There were numerous suggestions, and I can run through all of the different categories, but essentially it was related to setback distances, decommissioning, visual screening, wildlife habitat.
Okay. And the location where this project is contemplated. The construction plans for this project. Once again, does it comply with the ordinance in effect?
Mr. Chairman, he is again asking for a legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Mr. Chairman, she's said everything but what it is, and she knows what the plans are, she knows what the ordinance says. A simple question, does it comply? It's not a legal conclusion. It's factual.
Council, if you want to ask, the setback has X feet, are you all planning to do X feet? If that is fine, but I think asking the question of does it comply is a determination, is a legal determination.
You described the setback line, a setback line in there of 2,000 feet.
I don't understand that question.
Okay. Have you described a setback line of 2,000 feet in the ordinance?
The ordinance does have, one of its setbacks is 2,000 feet.
And the nearest property owner, is the nearest property owner less than 2,000 feet?
Yes.
How many affected property owners are less than 2,000 feet?
I don't know that number offhand.
Are you aware of the waiver provision in the ordinance?
In ordinance 22,
2022-004.
I don't believe the ordinance states that. I think it says something about a deviation. Is that what you're referring to?
Are you aware of the deviation provision in the ordinance?
Yes,
And did Dogwood request a deviation?
we did not. However, at the fiscal court meeting, when we discussed the ordinance, we did ask questions about the deviation because the way it's written, it was confusing and we weren't sure exactly how to go about approaching a deviation. It wasn't clear as written in the ordinance.
Has Dogwood obtained an archaeological study?
We have done preliminary coordination with Kentucky Heritage Council and submitted a work plan for a Phase 1 archaeological survey. We have not conducted the field work yet, but we do have an approved work plan to do that work.
In your filing documents, there is a study agreement with TVA regarding the purchase of power. Has that been concluded?
There is not a purchase power agreement yet, no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Johns, before you move on, you provided Ms. Price I don't know, an opinion or an order.
I did.
It was indicated at the council, you think that's already in the record. So two things just before we get there. Any item that's already in the record, you can have it marked as a hearing exhibit if, you know, you have questions for it. It doesn't necessarily have to be separately introduced if it's already in the record. If you want to have it marked as a hearing exhibit for purposes of more easily citing it in briefing, that's fine. And then second, you know, we'll go through and if you want to introduce it, but I assume, given the questions, you decided not to ask questions here. I just want to make it clear that insofar as you, in the future, would like to introduce an exhibit, we can do that, but we can also just mark items if you have questions about them, you know, to provide to the witness. I just, I was expecting to take it up and we didn't, and that's fine. I'm happy to have less paper, but I just wanted to note that insofar as you all provide anything further, I see folders. So.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Mrs. Stahl, if I ask you any questions and you're unable to answer those, just let me know who the appropriate witness is and I will ask that person, okay?
Okay.
A site layout was filed with the siting board on November 3rd, 2013. Is that the most recent preliminary layout?
Yes, it is.
Do you expect this to be the final site plan?
There could be some minor changes to that layout based on our continued environmental due diligence and final engineering design, and also our stormwater plans.
And you said some minor changes. What kind of changes do you expect that could happen?
We do not anticipate increasing the footprint of the project based on the parcels that we have leased at this time. However, there may be shifts to features within the boundary that we've already provided.
When do you anticipate that construction will begin?
We are aiming to start construction in 2026. However, we are coordinating with TVA. We've made it through the facility study part of TVA's review process, and they've provided a schedule to us that indicates, due to some procurement of certain materials, that construction may not be able to start until 2027. So we're working with TVA on that, and if we're able to start in 2026, we would do that.
What other studies do you need to complete for the TVA process?
As far as the interconnection process, we've completed all of the TVA studies. Once they will start their engineering and design, and once a power purchase agreement is signed, then they would lead the NEPA review process, and there would be additional studies associated with that.
And so the feasibility study has been completed?
Correct.
The system impact study has been completed?
Correct.
Have you provided those? I know in one of the DR responses, it says that TVA was going to provide Dogwood with a redacted copy. Have you been provided that?
Yes, we have, and we've filed that.
How long will peak construction be?
Approximately 12 to 18 months.
And when you say peak, when I say peak construction, can you describe a little bit what construction activities will actually occur during that time?
Could I defer that question to Seth Wilmore?
What responsibility will Dogwood Corners have during construction to ensure that all the siting board mitigation measures will be complied with?
I'll defer that to Seth Wilmore as well.
The total project acreage is listed as 530 acres. Is that correct?
No, we've submitted information that the project acreage is approximately 670 acres.
Is that the fence, are you including the fence acreage when you say
Yes.
670? Okay, so the fence acreage is 670. Can you outline some of the contact that you've had with the county officials or magistrates in Christian County?
Sure. Yes, we've done quite a bit of community outreach, and our outreach started with Christian County officials and residents back in 2019. We contacted potential participating landowners in 2019, and ultimately, that included participating landowners and some neighbors as well. In 2020, we had a meeting with the Christian County Planning Department. 2020 through 2021, we continued our outreach with landowners in the area, including the participating landowners and some neighbors. And then in February of 2022, we met with the Christian County Fiscal Court Budget Committee. And then in June, we also met with several county executives and some neighboring landowners. And then June 2022, June 14th, we attended a fiscal court meeting and presented the project at that time, and were requesting an industrial revenue bond. And then after that June meeting, we continued our outreach. We had 2 public meetings in the county. One was September 22nd, and the 2022. The next public meeting was August 17th of 2023. The first meeting was a brief presentation by Oridan, followed by public comment. And then based on feedback from public there, they indicated they wanted more technical information on the project. So for our August 2023 public meeting, we invited experts, including some of the consultants that we have here in the room. We set it up like an open house where the public could come in and ask questions of the individual experts, and then also provide comments. And we provided written comment cards for anybody that wanted to provide comments at that meeting. In between those 2 public meetings, though, we did quite a bit of outreach with the county officials and the community. I met with the county attorney and Senator Westerfield back in October of 2022 to discuss the proposed ordinance at the time, and to provide some input. I attended fiscal court meetings on November 10th, 22nd, and 29th, 2022. We made numerous calls and emails to the public that spoke at the public meeting and that had provided comments and indicated that they wanted additional information. I met with the county officials in January of 2023. They indicated that due to the turnover on the fiscal court, they would like additional information on the project. So we submitted a lot of information to them at that time in March. And then we also followed up with a site-specific decommissioning plan in May of 2023. I met with the county officials in March to discuss the information that had been submitted, and then we met again in July. In that July 2023 meeting, the county officials indicated they would like us to do additional community outreach with more of the neighbors. So we continued that effort. We hired Edelin Renewables, which is a local consultant, to help us with our outreach effort. We knocked on the doors of neighbors. If we weren't able to speak to people in person, then we left packets of information with contact information so that they could call us back. And then we made additional phone calls at that time. I believe that's it.
And as far as the landowners that you reached out to, when you were leaving packets of information, did you have landowners then contact you about the information that you left?
Yes, we did. Several called us after we left the information.
And so did you leave, when you went door to door and left information, were those for the adjacent landowners?
That's correct.
How many total adjacent landowners do you have for this project?
I don't have the number in front of me, but I believe it's approximately 65.
Do you know how many that you were not able to have any type of contact with whatsoever?
I don't have that number, but I could follow up with you with that.
We'll be requesting that in the post-hearing data response. Are there going to be any structures that are going to be demolished during construction?
Yes, we believe there will be two structures that will be demolished.
What are those structures?
They are both sheds.
Do you have permission of the landowners to do that?
Yes, we do.
Has Dogwood Corners developed a stormwater or runoff plan?
Not yet.
When will that be developed?
I don't have a time frame for that yet. I anticipate it will likely be approximately 1 year prior to construction starting.
What will the spacing be between the rows of panels?
As I mentioned, we're still continuing our engineering design, so right now, the spacing is approximately 9 feet between the rows of panels. That could change slightly. The spacing is partially dependent on the dealer that we use for the panels, and then it's also dependent on the ground coverage ratio for the panels themselves, which is refined during the engineering design.
How many panels do you anticipate using?
I don't know that number.
Do you know how high the bottom of the panels will be from the ground?
That could also vary as well. The terrain of the project area is rolling. There are some sloped areas. Our plan is to use tracking panels, so the piers that would be installed could be at various heights. So the panels also would be ranging, when the panels are tilted, they could be the lowest approximately 1 to 2.5 feet. And then when they are parallel to the ground, they would be approximately 4 to 5.5 feet from the ground.
What do you think the ground cover will be under the panels? Is it going to be gravel or grass?
No, it would be vegetated.
Is that going to be a native grass
Yes.
to the area?
Yes, our plan would be to coordinate with the Kentucky Division of Water during our stormwater plan review to ensure that we're in compliance with their requirements and any native species that they'd like to see.
Are the roads, access roads, expected to be gravel?
Yes.
What precautions will be taken to ensure that the roads don't erode?
I don't have an answer to that.
Could you explain how you decided where vegetative screening and buffers were necessary?
Sure. We have proposed vegetative screening plan, which includes areas that we believe would be visible from neighboring properties and where there isn't already existing vegetation. However, as part of our outreach at both public meetings and in our conversations with neighboring landowners, we've asked for input from the neighbors to let us know if they would like additional screening or screening to be moved. And we did get some feedback from several landowners, and we adjusted based on that. But we're open to taking additional input on that.
And when you said you adjusted, what were those adjustments that you made?
In some cases, we adjusted to extend the screening further based on feedback that the neighboring landowners thought that it would be needed to fully hide the view of the panels.
There have been several comments made from neighboring property owners objecting to the property. Will landscaping plans fully shield those properties?
Yes, I believe so, and like I mentioned, we've asked for input from the neighboring landowners to provide feedback if they disagree, so that we can work together to adjust that.
What type of trees are going to be planted?
Evergreen, we don't have a specific species, though.
What height will they be planted at?
They would be planted at a 5-foot minimum height with the expectation that they would mature to at least 15 feet.
Will there be 2 acres of native pollinators?
Yes.
When is the landscaping proposed to be done? During construction, at the end of construction, as the last stage, or in conjunction with the site development?
The timing hasn't been determined. It will depend on the time of year of construction. We would aim to plant the trees at a time when it's best for those trees to survive.
Has there been any request to change or add vegetative screening? And I know you said there has been, but specifically for non-participating landowners?
Yes,
And what, have those changes been made?
yes.
And was that the additional trees to be planted?
Correct, yes, to extend the screening in certain areas.
Is tree clearing going to take place during this project?
We anticipate some tree clearing. We've tried to avoid as much tree clearing as possible, but there will be some, and we've submitted in our application materials that we anticipate approximately 124 acres of trees would need to be cleared.
Regarding the leases that you have with the participating landowners, those leases are with the landowners in Orion LLC, is that correct?
With Dogwood Corners LLC.
How does Orion fall in the corporate structure of Dogwood Corners?
I'll defer that question to Seth Wilmore.
And it's correct that a motion for deviation was not filed in this case?
Correct.
And you're proposing 500 feet setback, is that correct?
Correct. We've proposed a 500-foot setback from panels to non-participating residential structures.
So that's, you're saying not the project boundary, you're saying from the actual panel to the residential property line?
Not from the fence boundary, but from any feature of the solar generating facility. So the panels or inverters or substation would be at least 500 feet from that feature to non-participating residential structures.
Do you know the distance from the closest non-participating property to a fence, panel, inverter, or substation?
The closest non-participating residential structure to a fence would be 471 feet. To a residential structure, from the residential structure to a panel would be 518 feet. To an inverter, 633 feet, and to the substation, approximately 1,100 feet.
And going back to your setback of 500 feet, so is that the panel, starting from the panel, is that to the front door of a possible non-participating, or is that to the non-participating property line or fence?
No, it's to the approximate corner, closest corner of the residential structure itself.
The geotechnical report indicated that there were some karst concerns and some elevated risk of future sinkhole development. Please explain the planning or the preventive measures or mitigation measures that Dogwood Corners plans to utilize.
Sure. We've already done geotechnical investigation. There were several mapped karst features. We also identified additional during our site investigation for a total of 6 karst features that we know at this time, and we are committed to keeping based on the geotechnical expert's recommendation, a 200-foot buffer from the outer edge of those features to any construction. And we also have additional recommendations in our geotechnical report that was filed as part of our application related to site preparation and construction related to karst, like maintaining positive drainage, backfilling trenches with on-site clay, and stormwater controls. And we also plan to continue to monitor during construction for any additional karst features that we didn't know about, and then we would address those at that time.
If a karst formation is discovered during construction, what steps will be taken then?
It would be dependent on the size and severity of the karst feature. There are various options that we could take, from either, backing away from it and avoiding the feature, or there are engineered methods to fill the features.
There are several known sinkholes in the area. What are the planned setbacks for the karst formations?
200 feet.
Will you be working with geotechnical consultants during the construction?
Yes.
What installation method is going to be used for the project? Going to be ground screws, pile driving?
There will be pile driving. That's our anticipation right now.
Has there been any request from anyone in the community to change the actual project layout?
Yes. We're working with one participating landowner now on the layout on his property. He'd like us to shift some panels to allow him some additional space to continue his farming operations. Otherwise, we've made adjustments based on our increased setbacks. When we originally planned the project, the setbacks were smaller, and then when we heard the community feedback, we increased the setback distances to 500 feet, and that, at that time, we adjusted the layout to accommodate a 500-foot setback.
Does Dogwood Corners have any employees?
No.
The person that signed the certificate of compliance was Seth Wilmore. How is he employed at? Is he employed at Dogwood Corners or another subsidiary?
He's employed by Oriton.
Will all the employees for this project be employed by Dogwood Corners or Oriton?
I defer that question to Seth Wilmore.
What company will employ the individuals that will be responsible for ensuring the compliance during the construction?
I'll defer that to Seth Wilmore as well.
Is a glare study going to be conducted for this project?
I'll defer that to Seth Wilmore as well.
In the application, in the environmental violation section, it was not signed by anyone working at Dogwood, but it did state that there was no environmental violations and no entity with ownership interest has violated any federal or state regulation. What companies specifically have ownership interest in Dogwood Corners?
I'll defer that to Seth Wilmore as well.
You spoke a little bit about this before, about the process
I'm
of
sorry, I'm sorry, counsel, it took me a second again. You're the respondent for that in the application, aren't you?
For which,
For the assertion that counsel was just reading back to you.
could you repeat the assertion?
Okay.
The-
That neither Dogwood, okay, so the statute, 278-706 2K, states that, well, as you all recited here, the requirement is a detailed listing of all violations by it or any person with an ownership interest of federal or state environmental laws, rules, or administrative regulations, whether judicial or administrative, where violations have resulted in criminal convictions or civil or administrative fines exceeding $5,000 Status of any pending action, whether judicial or administrative, shall also be submitted. That's what the italicized recreation of the recommendation states on this piece of paper. Item 11, record of environmental violations in this application. And under compliance, it states, neither Dogwood Corners LLC nor any entity with direct ownership interest in the project has violated any state or federal environmental laws or regulations. There are no pending actions against Dogwood Corners LLC, nor any entity with direct ownership interest in the project. And then it says, person responsible, Megan Stahl. That's you.
That's correct.
Okay. Who did you identify as the entities with direct ownership of Dogwood Corners LLC were when you answered this question?
The direct owners of Dogwood LLC would be Steel City Energy and Oriton.
Mr. Chairman, I would interject that Seth Wilmore is here and prepared to talk about all of the corporate structure and
And I get that,
subsidiaries.
but we have a real problem with, if we have a whole record of where people explicitly under oath answered questions that they don't have firsthand knowledge of the response. And so when the question was asked, counsel, I think you can acknowledge, she knew who she was talking about. I think
Yes.
that's what the question was.
Yes, Mr.
And
Chair.
instead of answering the question, she deferred it to somebody else to answer. But she knew the answer. So it's frustrating that you've got somebody under oath and affidavit that has answered here, but is not the person that can actually speak to the answer. So that's what I want to make clear of, that those two identified entities are who have an ownership interest. And if she says, like she did, that there are additional questions, we're fine asking the additional person. But the purpose of identifying witnesses is so that we know who to ask cross-examination of when it's time to have this hearing.
Correct.
Okay.
And she can answer, and Mr. Wilmore can provide any
Great.
additional clarity.
Great, thank you. Counsel?
There's going to be a single transmission line, is that correct?
Could you repeat that question?
The project is going to include a single transmission line that's going to connect to the substation to the TVA switchyard?
The substation, yeah, will be directly adjacent to the existing TVA transmission line.
Has the substation location, has that been finalized?
Yes.
How long is that transmission line going to be?
Like I said, the substation will be directly adjacent to the existing overhead transmission line.
Okay.
There is one connector line proposed for the project, which is shown on our plans, and that's to connect, the east and west side of the project.
As far as the decommissioning plan, can you describe a little bit about especially the underground components and the above-ground components? How is that going to fit in the decommissioning plan? What are the requirements that Dogwood is going to comply with?
Sure. Our decommissioning plan that was submitted with our application, it outlines our plans for any underground cables or equipment to be removed up to 36 inches in depth. And then I believe you also asked about how it would be restored and reclaimed. We plan to decompact the site as necessary, remove all above-ground equipment. We would remove roads unless landowners wanted to keep them, and we could ensure that they were in compliance with all permits and regulations. But everywhere else along the site where above-ground equipment was removed, we would decompact and also restore with vegetation in an attempt to return the site as close as possible to pre-construction conditions.
No further questions at this time.
Let's take a short recess and then we'll come back to Deputy Secretary Lyons. We'll take a recess until 2:55 and then we'll come back. Yep. We are back on the record in case number 2023-00246. All the questions you had, counsel?
Yes, for now.
Deputy Secretary Lyons, do you have any questions for this witness? We may be on mute. Mr. Payne, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear us? Yeah, hold on one second. Now, here we go. Deputy Secretary, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, I have a couple. Staff attorney did a very good job of going over a lot of questions, probably covered some of the areas. Ms. Dahl, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Ms. Dahl, is the projected off-taker of this power TVA, is that my understanding?
That's our anticipation, yes.
Will TVA require you all to do a full-blown NEPA survey?
Yes,
I assume that that has not begun yet.
that's correct. Once the PPA is signed, that triggers the NEPA to begin.
Okay. Now, I did see in, I think it's one of the responses to request for information, your consultant did a preliminary jurisdictional determination for waters of the U.S. Is that correct?
We've done a wetland and water body delineation of the site. We have not done a jurisdictional determination yet.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting at. So the Corps has not done a determination as of yet.
Correct, we have not requested that yet.
But there are, from that delineation, there are waters of the U.S. on the site. Is that correct?
Yes, our delineation identified 8 wetlands and 51 water bodies.
What is your all's general approach to working in and around those jurisdictional waters?
We have planned for the solar facilities to avoid impacts to the wetlands and water bodies, aside from potentially some temporary access crossings.
Gotcha, thank you. You answered my question about karst, so we won't go over that again.
Hey, Deputy Secretary,
You did, excuse me.
can you hear me okay? So I've
Yeah.
asked him to turn you up as loud as we can. I wanted to check that before I said something to you. But could you make sure the microphone is a little closer to you? We can hear you okay. I think it's clear that the witness can hear you enough to answer your questions. But I just want to make sure the record is picking up all of your questions.
Sure, my apologies. I'll get closer to the mic here, hopefully. Is that better?
It is, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Stahl, you said that you'll be doing a NEPA. Oh, I know what I wanted to go back to. You testified that approximately 124 acres of trees will be cleared in the process of this development. Not having started the NEPA, am I to assume that you have also not started any type of consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife?
We have run an IPAC review online, but we have not coordinated with Fish and Wildlife yet.
Would we get a copy of that IPAC?
Yes.
Generally, what did it show? Probably bat species impact, anything else of note?
That's correct. 4 bat species, 1 mussel species, and 1 insect.
Okay. Have you all run a Kentucky biological assessment tool run through our Office of Nature Preserves? Have you done that?
Yes, we have, and there are 6 monitored species in the area.
Okay, we'd also like to get a copy of that as well.
Sure.
Now, you said you planned on demolishing a couple of sheds. Has there been a phase 1 study done for the project site yet?
Phase 1 environmental site assessment, are you referring
Right.
to a cultural
Yeah.
phase 1?
No, not cultural, just whether there's any environmental conditions on the site that might have been unanticipated, standing soils or
We have not,
dumps.
sorry. We have
Well,
not done the
that's fine.
phase one yet, but we do plan to do that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have. No, I'm sorry. I do have one other one. I read in the filings about a wildlife enhancement plan. We've heard public comments today about wildlife in the area from a couple of people. What exactly is this wildlife enhancement plan?
We've proposed to create a wildlife enhancement plan to detail our efforts to minimize impact to wildlife, preserve their existing habitat. The items that we would include in that are our approach to the design of the layout, which, as mentioned before, there are separate areas of the site where there will be panels. We propose to fence just those individual groupings of panels and leave the corridors where streams and wetlands exist, where we're avoiding impacts to those natural features. We would also leave those corridors open. We would not fence them. That would allow the natural passage of wildlife through those corridors where they generally pass. And we also are proposing to plant pollinator species and create foraging habitat post-construction. I believe that's, and then the other feature that we are proposing is a wildlife permeable fence, which will allow small mammals to pass through the fence.
The fence around the panels themselves?
Correct.
Will that comply with NESC
Yes.
requirements?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Stahl. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Montgomery, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Stahl. I just have a few questions, and I might have missed this, but could you restate who your employer is?
Oridan?
Oridan, okay. And how long have you been with Oridan?
Almost 2 years.
And is this the only project you have worked on while being employed by Oridan?
No.
And of the projects you've worked on, are they similar in terms of size, megawatts, et cetera?
The projects range in size. There are others that are approximately this size at various stages of development.
Got it. And can you explain to the siting board how a company like Oridan would come up with the capital investment or how they would formulate that number for a project like Dogwood Corner?
I'd like to defer that question to Seth Wilmore.
Okay. And have you, do you know during the construction and operation and management, whether you all will be the directly employing subcontractors, or will you outsource it to an EPC
We will use an EPC.
for both construction and O&M?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm aware that we have Dr. Coombs, but generally speaking, have you had an opportunity to review Dr. Coombs's economic impact report?
Yes, I have.
And the figures in terms of jobs created and economic impact, generally speaking, are those numbers consistent with other economic impacts that you have seen for other projects that you've worked on?
Yes, they are.
And I believe I heard you say that you all have been in discussions with the county in regards to an IRB. Is that something that you all intend to be able to accomplish, or can you speak to that?
At this time, we don't have plans to pursue the IRB, but we'll determine that at a later point in development.
I believe that's all the questions I had, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bollinger, do you have any questions for this witness? Oh, sorry, you're on mute.
That would help. Just a couple, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Ms. Stahl, I noticed in some of the documents in the PSC, I believe it was from Kirkland. I may be mistaken though, but he presented that approximately 6% of the adjoining landowners was a residential use. Since this is a rural area and you've worked on multiple projects, is that something typical from this size of solar farm?
Are you asking, is the 6% residential typical?
60%. Yeah, like is it meaning is the areas that you have these solar farms, are they in a more rural area typically, or are they surrounded by 60% land use in this particular instance by residential use?
They vary. Some are more rural, some are approximately this same percentage.
Okay. Also, on your, this 2,000 feet proposed setback, your proposal was and indicated, I believe, 500. You recommended a 500-foot setback. How many times and you may not know this since you've only been with the company 2 years, but you said you worked on a few projects with them. Do you know in the past how many times your company has applied for a variance to, that's not a standard that you need a little bit more room? How many times that your company has applied for a variance and got that variance?
I don't know how many times we've applied for a variance. The setback requirements in, locations where we have other projects vary depending on the local jurisdiction. And I'm not exactly sure whether any other projects we've needed to apply for a variance.
Do you know if you've ever applied for a variance?
Not on the projects that I've worked on, but Seth Wilmore is here as well, and he may be able to provide additional information on that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Payne, do you have any questions?
Get off mute there. Ms. Stahl, can you hear me? Am I talking loud enough?
Yes, I can hear you.
I had a couple of questions. Are you the person who actually made the application with this board?
I contributed to preparing the application.
Okay, and you were also part of the what I read in the file, which was the notice of intent for application?
Yes.
Okay, so the rules, you were fully aware of the rules when presenting the application for this board, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated in your testimony earlier that you had been talking or working on this project since 2019, correct?
Our company has been working on it since 2019.
And you've been there for 2 years, since 2020. So by your testimony, you were engaging and communicating with the county fiscal court when they put together their ordinance in November of 2022, if I'm reading that in the file correctly. 2022 was November when they did the ordinance?
That's correct.
Okay, so you knew that ordinance was there when you made the application to this board, correct?
Yes.
did you purposefully not include that ordinance in the application to this board?
The ordinance was included in the application.
Not in the file. It said that your all's first application was sent back for a deficiency because you did not include the ordinance in your application, even though by your statement, you knew the ordinance existed.
Are you asking about the notice of intent or the application?
Either one. Even the application did not have the ordinance in the application to this board.
My understanding is that the application asks whether we're in compliance with planning and zoning regulations. And my understanding is that the ordinance in place at the time of our application was not a planning and zoning ordinance.
But you knew the ordinance was there and existed.
I did, but again, my understanding is that it is not a planning and zoning ordinance.
Okay, I apologize. That does make a lot of sense to me, because if you were part of the planning and part of knowing that you were making suggestions, and you knew the fiscal court passed this ordinance, and you know that this board was asking for in their questionnaire, when you make an application, are there any local ordinances? Did you all purposefully not put it in, or was it just an oversight?
No,
Can I just interject that the legal standard pursuant to KRS 278-706 relates to planning and zoning ordinances as opposed to all ordinances in general?
So,
Okay, and
Hold on. That's okay,
maybe
Mr.
that's just
Payne.
an
Hold
oversight
on.
on this board.
hold on one second, Mr. Payne. So I've got your all's application here, and I think the requirement, as you all cited, says that a statement certifying that the proposed plant will be in compliance with all local ordinances and regulations concerning noise control and with any local planning and zoning ordinances. And then you all gave a stall and legal, which I don't have the energy to take that one up right now. Indicated that.
No further. No,
Hold on one second, Mr. Payne. But indicated, it did identify a purport, I mean, there's a lot of loaded language in here, council, so I'm not adopting, I'm just saying, a purported zoning ordinance and a, whatever, but it does cite in here ordinance number 22-0004 in this provision of the application. So I'm not testifying here, but that's what you're referring to when you're trying to, I guess, maybe split hairs between what is or is not required by the regulation and what you guys, or the statute, what you all provided. Is that right?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Payne?
No further questions.
Okay. Vice Chair?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Thank you. Looking at the list of witnesses, I think you're the right person to ask this, but if I'm not, and if there's somebody better able to answer these questions, please let me know. But it
Okay.
appears to be you from what I can see here. In addressing some of the concerns brought up by local folks who came here to comment today, can you talk about the efforts that were made to contact the adjoining landowners?
Sure.
Okay.
In reference to those comments, I think several people noted that they have never been contacted. Prior to, I believe that's prior to our presentation to the fiscal court in June of 2022. Up until that point, we had met with potential participating landowners and some of the neighboring landowners, but not all. And then after the June, at the June 2022 fiscal court meeting, we committed to continuing that outreach effort, and we did continue to reach out to neighbors after that. And then at the time of our public meeting in September of 2022, we sent out notifications to adjoining landowners and noticed it in the paper and invited them all to that public meeting. And then as I referenced before, we continued between our two public meetings. We held a second public meeting related to feedback to provide additional expert information on specific topics.
So as of today, have you actually made contact with all of the adjoining landowners?
We have attempted. We have called or emailed, knocked on the door, or left a packet of information. Some combination of all of that has happened with all adjoining landowners.
There was someone who commented that her land would be surrounded on 4 sides. Does your design encompass someone's land on 4 sides?
I don't believe, so possibly, I guess. The site is bisected by 2 main roads. And there are kind of panels in like 4 quadrants based on that road intersection. So for the residents along the roadways, potentially.
So that's possible.
Yes,
That could happen, that someone would have solar panels on 4 sides of their home?
correct.
We also had someone talk about the existence of up to 5 natural springs on the property. Do you know if those have been identified by your company?
As I mentioned, we did a wetland and water body survey. It did not identify active springs.
Are you continuing to do more work to identify streams
There-
and natural springs?
We will coordinate with the Army Corps of Engineers and request a jurisdictional determination.
And then what about the historically significant study? Has that been completed?
We have coordinated with the Kentucky Heritage Council, and we have done a desktop review, essentially an online, they have an online screening tool where you can enter your project location, and it will let you know of any previously recorded archaeological sites, and there were no previously recorded archaeological sites within the project area. And then it also provides information on architectural structures. There are 2 historic structures documented within 2 kilometers of the project area, but we do not anticipate affecting either of those 2 structures.
You know if-
After that, we submitted a work plan to the Kentucky Heritage Council for a Phase 1 archaeological survey, which would actually be field work where we would walk the site and do test pits to further determine whether there are any additional archaeological sites that hadn't been previously recorded before. So we have the work plan approved, but we have not done the field work yet.
Do you know if one of them was this Native American encampment that was identified, one of the 2 that was identified?
That has not been identified in the work we've done so far. We also, as part of the NEPA process, will do a tribal coordination as well.
Okay, so if, when you go out and do the actual siting work, something like that is identified, what steps would be taken?
We would coordinate with the Kentucky Heritage Council or with the particular tribe, if it was a tribal site, and work with them on their recommendations on whether or not avoidance or appropriate minimization of impacts is possible.
Okay. And then, just for my curiosity, what is a wildlife permeable fence?
So it's a fence where the bottom portion is left open, so just small mammals can pass beneath it.
Like rabbit-sized or?
Right, yeah.
That's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You've been with Orden since 2002?
2022,
Okay. And this project started in 2019?
correct.
Could you walk through for me what the process would be for identifying a location to put a solar farm on? How does Orden go about doing that?
Sure. Generally, the process is to locate existing infrastructure. For example, in this case, a TVA line, existing transmission line, not only the existence of it, but does it have capacity as well? So we'll look at whether there's existing capacity that we could add to at that location. And then we look at the land itself. Are there parcels that are large enough, that we wouldn't have to sign a lot of parcels? We could minimize by, potentially finding a handful of larger parcels. And we would look at the topography to determine whether or not it's, not too steep. We would look at environmental resources. So we can look at online databases to determine if there are existing streams and wetlands or floodplains and other environmental red flags. We could also look at threatened endangered species. So there's a whole list of environmental due diligence that we would do ahead of time.
And is this done on a desktop or tabletop, or do you actually go to the site?
Combination of both.
Okay, so you've been to the site?
Yes.
When the vice chair was asking you about looking at different things, you kept referring to we. Who is we? Oregon or Dogwood?
We is Orion, and Dogwood is a company that Orion has ownership of. Dogwood Corners LLC has no employees. It was an LLC set up for the project
Is it a
itself.
subsidiary?
Yes, I believe that's the correct term.
When you conducted the public outreach, was it Orion or were there other people on your behalf reaching out?
The majority of the outreach was done by Orion. We also did have the help of Edelin Renewables, who would have made the contact with clear indication that they were representing Dogwood Corners LLC.
When you did the site survey or you went to look, did you look at where the mine was to put the solar facility?
We have evaluated several other locations in the area and did not find them to be as suitable as the location that we chose, based on all the factors I described, like proximity to the existing infrastructure, the terrain, and the minimization of environmental impacts.
And understanding that it would be Orion's view that the solar facility should be near residential areas versus a mine area?
No, we don't necessarily attempt to locate in residential areas. We attempt to locate, primarily near existing utility infrastructure. And part of that reason is because if the site is further, then we would have to then build a transmission line to connect the site to the existing infrastructure, which would carry additional impacts as well, crossing parcels with transmission line.
And the impact being it would be more expensive?
No, environmental impacts as well. I mean, sure, there could be economic impacts, but also environmental impacts.
But it is feasible that it could be put on the mine location. It would just be more expensive and possible more environmental issues.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I think that's all.
Good afternoon. Are you familiar with the leases in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Are the leases with Dogwood Solar LLC, Dogwood Corners Solar LLC?
The leases were originally signed under Orion LLC and have since been assigned to Dogwood Corners LLC, with the exception of one lease that we are still in process of assigning to Dogwood Corners LLC. We've
Okay.
submitted it, but we haven't gotten it back from the recorder's office yet.
Okay, so the Discovery in this case sought the leases here. At the time we sought the leases, it seemed to just be the original leases. Do you know whether you all filed the assignment of those leases in the record?
I don't believe we have, but we could certainly do that.
Well, actually, I'll look to you all. That may be an opportunity to supplement as new information, supplement a previous data request response as opposed to us asking a post-hearing data request.
Understood.
So all but one of the leases is now sitting with the applicant, or is in the name of the applicant as the counterparty.
That's correct.
What is the voltage, staff council was asking you about, the proximity of the, I guess, the collector substation to the TVA substation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember answering effectively that they were going to be adjacent to each other?
A new substation that will be built for this project. There's no existing TVA substation within the project area.
Yeah, but I guess the connection from the project to the TVA substation, that the two will be beside each other, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. When you say adjacent, do you mean like they're going to share a fence together? They're going to have two fences that are effectively inches or feet from each other? How close do you anticipate those two layouts to be?
They would be fenced separately, but directly next to each other, so I would say maybe feet from each other.
Okay. And do you know what the voltage of the connection between those two facilities would be?
We're connecting to a 161 kV line. Is that what you're
Are you all connecting directly to the line, or is the line that connects then going to be stepped up to 161 kV?
I don't know the answer to that. I could provide that.
So there's going to be a high side voltage and a low side voltage. The high side voltage, you're saying the TVA line is 161 kV. Do you know who could tell me what the line connecting to that substation would be?
I would have to ask our engineering department and follow
Okay.
up with you.
Do you know what voltage the connector lines, the collection lines are going to be that you all plan to run amongst or propose to run amongst and between the areas of the project?
I don't know that. I'd like to follow up with that information as well. You all know what the lease payments are proposed to be for the landowners, is that correct? Correct.
Did you hire Dr. Coombs to do his economic report?
Yes.
Okay, have you reviewed his economic report?
Yes.
So, Dr. Coombs, publicly said that in previous cases, but he does about as good a job on these as anybody that we see. And one of the things that I continue to question him on, and I'm gonna have questions for him again, but he went ahead and got ahead of me and addressed it in his report, is the net economic impact of this project. Are you generally aware of the section that I'm talking about in his report that talks about that he did not look at the net economic impact, but discuss what factors would be considered in determining that net economic impact?
Very generally, good.
And generally, I think will work. But one line, and just tell me if you're familiar with this, the report says, "It is beyond the scope of this analysis to try to net out all the other economic impacts from the change in land use. Relevant negative factors include the loss of expected income from farming and agriculture's linkages to local suppliers of seed, feed, and other supplies." Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And have you heard comments about that here and at the local public hearing about the loss of farmland and the contribution to the local economy?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Coombs states later that the lease payments are confidential and that he does not have, he doesn't use he says I, but that he doesn't have access to those lease payments. Have you read that portion of it?
Yes.
Did you ask Dr. Coombs to do the economic report?
Yes.
Did he ask for the lease payments?
I don't remember if he did ask that question.
Did this come up in conversation ever about providing those? Did you all refuse to provide them? Would you have concerns
No.
providing them?
We did not refuse to provide them.
Would you have concerns providing the lease payment?
No.
Separately, and questions I have for Dr. Coombs, but one thing is, we know the lease payments are, because they're on the face of a document. The other question would be, what are people making today from their farms? Do you all seek that information at all in negotiating the leases about what the current economic impact or economic activity of that land may be?
We don't specifically request that, but I have had conversations with the participating landowners. There are 3 out of the 6 participating landowners do currently farm their land. One of those plans to continue farming their land. They are only going to have panels on a portion of their property, and they're going to farm the rest of it. So there would be 2 parcels out of the 6 that would discontinue the farming in place of solar.
And often in leases, there will be a provision in there that says that like, the parties will work in concert to effectuate whatever the underlying purpose of the lease is. You somewhat familiar with general terms like that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you all envision there would be a significant issue in terms of providing documentation for these sort of economic analyses, in terms of asking counterparties to those leases what their current economic activity on the land is and what it might produce any given year?
Are you asking if we would have a problem with asking the landowners?
Pursuant to those types of provisions and leases?
I don't believe so.
You said earlier when you were asked about how you identify particular locations, when you were talking about land availability, of course, you were also talking about, and I'm not trying to testify for you, but you remember talking about the land availability, right? You also discussed transmission capacity. Look at transmission capacity is what I have as like a paraphrase of what you said.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know what the transmission capacity is in a particular area before you do an interconnection study? Is this before or after you've put yourself into an interconnection queue as a project?
We do that before we enter the interconnection queue. We have a team of interconnection engineers, and they have tools that they use to estimate capacity. There are also consultants that provide those services that can estimate capacity on different existing infrastructure.
Okay, so you guys aren't guessing necessarily that there aren't going to be significant upgrades to accommodate the new generation. You guys have a good idea already where the capacity exists.
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, maybe it's a chicken and egg, cart before the horse kind of question, but do I take it from your response to the Deputy Secretary that you all can't start a NEPA review until you've committed yourself to NEPA by contracting with a federal agency through the PPA?
Correct. The NEPA review is a federal review that's led by a federal agency such as TVA. TVA would lead that coordination, the NEPA coordination. We would help them as requested, but TVA actually does the NEPA review.
They're the lead agency.
They're the lead agency, correct.
in making the final determination under NEPA. But you all as the person building all of this does a lot of the work.
Sure,
Right?
yes,
Okay.
and like I mentioned, we've done some of that environmental due diligence already that would be continued with the NEPA process.
Like the IPAC.
Correct, we've done the IPAC.
So the statute, as it relates to the siting board, allows a NEPA review to take the place of maybe it's the cumulative environmental assessment. Are you aware of that?
Yes,
Okay. Is that what it is? It's the cumulative, you can substitute a fully finished NEPA review for one of the required environmental studies, right?
correct.
Okay. Why not wait and file for a case here after you have a signed PPA and you've conducted the full NEPA analysis?
In general, as we continue through our development process, which spans several years, we take steps to minimize the risk to the project, to be sure that we'll be able to build the project. There's certainly some level of risk with this application that, that it could be denied. So the further we get into the development process, if we still have outlying risks, such as something like a siting board approval, we aim to minimize that as much as we can.
Would you agree, though, that, I mean, it's just a matter of fact that we do not have the benefit, you guys intend on complying with NEPA rather than doing, you can comply with NEPA as opposed to a site assessment report. NEPA is NEPA has a lot more parts to it than the site assessment report. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. But by getting your application here first, by definition, we do not have the benefit of the complied with NEPA review, right?
Right.
And who's the witness I'm supposed to ask questions to about ownership and organizational structure?
You can ask me, and I'll provide what I know, and
Okay.
anything that I don't have, Seth Wilmore can supplement.
All right, so before I get there, could you all build the project, and I say this conceptually, legally, build the project and then sign a PPA with TVA?
Conceptually, yes, we could construct the facility, but not have any offtake there. Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that the route you guys are going down are effectively exclusively related to financing, right? That you want to get your approval here first, then go sign the PPA so that you can get the financing and then move forward with it. Is that right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
TVA just is somewhat, and I'm not pinpointing TVA. I mean, I think the commercial side of the interconnection process, it goes at various paces in different markets, and we haven't gotten to that point with TVA yet. They've indicated that they're currently procuring, signing agreements for projects that will go to construction in 2025. And our COD is projected to be later than that, so we just haven't made it to that point with TVA. If it was possible, we would be happy to have an agreement with TVA prior to coming here. Just didn't line up that way.
Okay. Have you ever done a project that fell under NEPA before?
Not with Oriton, no.
Have you ever done one at all?
Yes.
Did you find that there were any material requirements following the NEPA review, material changes that were necessary for the project following the NEPA review?
Not in my experience.
No site location changes, no layout differences, nothing like that?
No, I mean, just minor shifts or adjustments, but not, I wouldn't say material, I guess.
Council, can you redirect?
Just one, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Stahl, is it your understanding that County Ordinance 2204 was repealed?
Yes, that's correct.
We have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stahl. We'll go ahead and take another witness.
Okay. We would call Seth Wilmore.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please state your name and business address for the record.
Seth Wilmore, 106 Isabella Street, Suite 400, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 15212.
Counsel?
Mr. Wilmore, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Oriton LLC.
And what is your title?
I'm the Chief Development Officer.
And what is your role with this project?
My role with this project has been overseeing the development of it.
Did you assist in the preparation of materials that have been submitted to the siting board in this case?
I did in terms of high-level review of the materials.
Do you have any substantive changes to any materials that you oversaw that were submitted to the board in this case?
I do not.
And do you adopt the information you've previously provided and overseen as testimony here today?
I do.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Council, any questions for this witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of questions. Mr. Wilmore, you've heard residents make statements regarding your lack of contact with them.
Correct.
Can you tell the commission that you've contacted every adjoining resident?
My understanding is we have attempted at this point to contact every adjoining resident. There may be certain residents we have attempted to contact that we just didn't have the right information for one reason or another, but we have attempted it based on the information we have.
Did you maintain any records of those contacts with the adjoining residents?
Yes, we have.
Are those records available?
Yes, they should be.
Can those records be provided to supplement your testimony here today?
Yes.
Did you appear before the Christian County Fiscal Court seeking a resolution in favor of an industrial revenue bond?
Yes, I did along with our tax consultants, correct.
Did you represent to the fiscal court there was community support within the Dogwood community for this project?
I represented that we had support from participating landowners, and we had done outreach to some adjoining landowners.
So you did not represent that there was widespread community support?
I don't believe that I represented that we had reached out to all landowners and had what you would classify as widespread support for the project.
When did the community pushback begin?
So I think when the community began to have comments was when we had our first public meeting.
And what did Dogwood do, or Oridan, I think we're really dealing with Oridan, what did Oridan do to address those concerns?
I think primarily in response to those concerns, we increased the setback from residences to 500 feet. We also increased the vegetation screening.
What was the initial setback?
I don't have that information in front of me, but follow up.
And you've heard Ms. Cook, I believe it was, who says her house will be surrounded on 4 sides by this project?
Yeah, taking into account the 500-foot setback beyond to the east where there's road, I believe she's making an accurate statement, but it's after the 500 feet that we've committed to.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any additional questions for this witness.
So, counsel, you mentioned you had a question for the witness that he stated he could follow up and provide. So what we do here as a matter of practice is, as opposed to putting the onus on the witness or the counsel for the witness of taking everything down and knowing exactly how to your statement, supplement the testimony, at the end of the hearing today, we'll set forth a schedule sort of from the bench, and we'll follow it up with a post-hearing procedural schedule in writing that will set forth a date in which any post-hearing discovery like the one you were asking for would be issued, and a date in which that post-hearing discovery would need to be responded to. So we'll do that at the end of the hearing, and what we ask is that those sort of questions to answer post-hearing in terms of the information not being available to the witness, that those be provided in writing as a formal, effectively an interrogatory or a data request on the date that's set in the post-hearing procedural schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We used to get to the point where we would make people remember all the questions, and it got a little unwieldy when one would get slid in there that wasn't exactly asked during the hearing, so will just depend on, it's the honor system in large part that you actually ask the question. So, counsel, any questions for this witness?
Yes, just a couple. Mr. Wilmore, what construction activities are going to actually occur during the peak construction period?
Yeah, during the peak construction, what we would anticipate is that would be when they were doing intensive racking installation, mounting of panels, and electrical work.
How long do you expect that period to last?
That's going to be about 2 to 4 months.
What responsibility will Dogwood Corners have during construction to ensure that all siting board mitigation measures are complied with?
So Dogwood Corners would be the permit holder, so it would have responsibility to ensure that all permitted conditions were complied with. In doing so, there would be a construction manager who would be employed likely by Oridan, because Oridan has all the employees, that would oversee that, ensure permit conditions were adhered to. Also, as been previously mentioned, we would be contracting with an EPC, and they would be required through our contract with them to comply with all permitted conditions.
Are the employees going to be employed by Oridan or Steel City Energy?
It would be an Oridan employee.
How does Oridan fit in as far as the corporate structure with Steel City and Dogwood Corners?
Dogwood Corners is a subsidiary of Steel City Energy, which is a subsidiary of Oridan LLC.
Is Oridan LLC owned by anyone else, or is it a wholly owned subsidiary?
Ultimately, Oridan LLC is owned by Mitsubishi Power Americas, Inc.
And so when they signed the environmental violation record, how far did that go back? Did that include?
That went up to Oridan LLC.
So it didn't include Mitsubishi?
No, Mitsubishi Power, Oridan is a business unit of Mitsubishi Power Americas, Inc., which they have many business units, primarily in the gas turbine manufacturing and services industries, not other businesses in the electric generation.
No further questions.
Deputy Secretary, anything for this witness?
No questions for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Mr. Montgomery?
No questions for me, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bollinger, anything for this witness?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman, no questions.
Mr. Payne?
No questions.
Vice Chair?
Good afternoon. Just a couple questions.
Sure.
Reading this, it found that there'll be 371 jobs in the first year.
That sounds about right, from
And
my recollection.
Are those local construction jobs?
Those are not all necessarily local construction jobs. What we find is that certain jobs are more likely to be local, such on the civil, perhaps electrical side, depending on, what resources there are locally. Other jobs, specialty jobs such as the installation, panel installation itself, or superintendent, may not be local.
Would they be pulled from another state or?
That would be primarily up to the EPC contractor.
Okay. And the 5 to 8 full-time positions, I think it is, are those going to be full-time employees of Dogwood or of Oridan?
No, those would be employees of whatever company it is we would contract with for the operations and maintenance. That is not a capability Oridan has, so we would go out to contract with a firm that specializes in that, and they would be employees of that company.
Okay, would the operations and maintenance be a local company?
Not necessarily. That's something we would go out for. Certainly, it's a preference that it's local because by its nature, you want that to be a faster response. But again, you'd have to get to the contracting for that to see what actual firms were available, their pricing, qualifications, et cetera.
So if there's an issue that comes up in the operations or in maintenance,
Yep.
where would the individual or Dogwood go to get help? Is that an 800 number they call into? Is it located in another state?
Yeah, so there would be a remote 24/7, 365 operations center. And then in terms of doing something like corrective maintenance, where you'd want somebody on site quickly, that's where you identify a firm that did have somebody local, but it's not necessarily that that whole firm has a local presence. They would just have somebody available locally to address those issues within the time frame that the contract would require.
Does Oriton currently have a remote operations center for your other projects?
We do not.
How does Oriton handle those issues today then?
So we would contract out with an O&M provider. That's
Okay.
how that would be.
So they'll all be
They'll all.
contracted out? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just a follow-up to
Sure.
Commissioner Reagan's question. How would local people get the information about who they would contact for operation and maintenance issues?
Right, so I think prior, as I understand it, there is, complaint resolution procedure, and usually through that, there's contact information given both during construction and then through operations.
So would that just be on Oriton's company website? Or if they Google Dogwood Corners, would they be able to find someone to call if they have an issue with the solar panels on adjacent property?
It would be through Oriton, and then also, we would plan to do work with the county both during construction and operations, make sure there's the right training, make sure everybody's aware of the project, so we would be providing that information to the county as well directly.
And have there been arrangements already, or when would we see your plan for emergency management in case there's an emergency?
Yeah, so that would come once we have our EPC selected, since they're primarily responsible for implementation of that, and each one has something slightly different, it would come at EPC contracting.
All right. Walk me through this again. Dogwood Corners LLC is a wholly owned direct subsidiary of who?
Of Steel City Energy LLC, which is wholly owned subsidiary of Oriton
Well,
LLC.
we'll get to Oriton in a second. So Steel City
Energy LLC, yep.
Energy LLC. Where is the Steel City? What's the Steel City? Is that Pittsburgh? Is it Steel City?
Yes, that's
Okay.
Pittsburgh.
All right. Steel City Energy LLC, is that right?
Correct.
Are you an employee of Steel City Energy LLC or another entity?
Oriton LLC.
Do you know whether Steel City Energy has employees?
It does not.
Okay. Do you know if it has assets in terms of like offices or locations, or is it just a shell that owns interests in other LLCs?
Correct, it is an intermediate LLC.
Okay. Is there a particular purpose for it, or is it just to hold?
It's just a hold.
Like an intermediate, okay, for tax basis or something like that? Just
Yep.
a reason, okay. Are there other LLCs that Steel City Energy LLC has an interest in other than Dogwood
Yes.
Corners LLC?
Yeah, as an intermediary LLC, there are projects that it holds an interest in.
Great. And if you all get a PPA for this project, you get an off-taker.
Yep.
I once got told years ago that it's like gold. Once a vertically integrated, rate regulated, or in this instance TVA, which is just a whole nother animal. If you get a signed purchase power agreement from them, anybody will finance it. Is that really the golden ticket to get financing, is having an approved signed PPA with somebody like TVA?
So in this particular market where TVA is really your only offtake option for a project's revenue stream, you are correct. That is very important for the project's ultimate success.
When you say in this market, you're talking about being within the
TVA market.
the fence of TVA.
Correct.
Okay. So will you all go out and get financing without a PPA?
It is very unlikely we would go out and get financing before we had a PPA.
Okay. And have you Do you have any understanding generally how, well, let me ask this, has Oregon or any of its subsidiaries built any solar facilities yet?
Yes, we have.
Okay, great. Have you all financed those? Or you just built them? Have
Yes,
you built and financed?
We had gone out for financing
Okay.
in various structures to build them.
All right, when you all go out for financing, or before you go out for financing, is it expected that entities like Dogwood Corners would be transferred for tax purposes to another entity ahead of financing?
Not necessarily, but I could get back with you and confirm
Well,
the
like,
various ways we've done it.
For tax purposes, sometimes to get equity investors, they'll move it over to a different LLC. They'll take a non-member managing position in the LLC. Has that happened in any of the other projects you're aware of with Oregon?
Yes, for some of the other projects that we had done, those had ultimately been financed and sold.
Okay. Do you all have an intention of owning and operating this facility, or getting it up and going and then selling it?
So currently, Oriden's business model is not the ownership and operation of assets.
Okay.
So to date, we have taken projects through construction and then divested them prior to commercial operation.
Okay. So you all have committed to a number of things in the application, including like a complaint resolution process, right?
Correct.
Okay. And as I understood it from the phone call, under your all's proposed complaint resolution process, somebody picks up the phone and calls. Who are they calling again?
So at the moment, we haven't established that. If that would be, again, we established that just prior to construction, through construction.
Sorry, you're using who's we?
So Oriden LLC.
Oriden, okay.
So we established that.
Okay.
They would be calling somebody at Oriden.
Great. And then when you all sell it, who are they going to be calling them?
We would be updating that to include the appropriate information of whoever the owner is, because the owner would be taking over all the project assets, right, including the permit, land documents, et cetera. So when that happens, we would be updating all the pertinent contact information, just like supplying landowner contact information and providing the appropriate contact information for any plans such as this one.
Yeah, so let me ask about that, because the applicant in this case, the person, as defined by statute, big P person that's seeking a certificate is not Oriden, correct?
Correct, it's Dogwood
And it's not
Corners.
Steel City Energy, correct?
Correct.
It's Dogwood Solar,
Dogwood
Corners,
Corners.
correct?
Yep.
Okay, it's Dogwood Corner that is the person seeking this. It's Dogwood Corner that I understand for Install, that is the counterparty to all the leases post-assignment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's Dogwood Corner that is committing to a complaint resolution process, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And any conditions that may come out of approval in this project would be applicable to Dogwood Corner as the applicant, correct?
Yes, as the applicant.
Okay. And there will be no employees employed at Dogwood Corner, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Who are the people that, if all of this goes exactly like you're proposing, it all gets approved, who are the people that are actually going to be the ones that make sure that Dogwood Corner complies with all of the requirements?
So those would be people employed by Oriden LLC up until the point at which it would happen to get sold, and then it would be employees of whatever that entity is, because again, it would be the LLC that is sold to them.
When in the application, it's my understanding that you helped Ms. Stahl identify, you knew when asked earlier who the entities that were looked at when making the determination that there was no poor environmental compliance history, right?
Correct.
Okay. What's the environmental compliance history of the people that Oriden will sell this project to?
Well, I couldn't say it because I don't know
I would tend to
who it's
agree.
going to be sold to.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Why did you stop at 2? So you got Dogwood Corner, you said the answer represented for Steel City Energy and Oriden, and the answer for those was the one that was given. Is Oriden's owned by somebody, right?
Yep.
And that somebody may be owned by somebody else. Is that correct? We're going to ask for an official organizational chart that shows
that ownership.
The ultimate parent company.
Yep.
That nobody, it's shareholders own that and that's it. But why stop at Orden?
The reason to stop there is because I'm not aware of any other, any of those violations within electric generation type entities underneath the higher organizational ownership
Do you have a
structure.
copy of the application by any chance up there with you?
I don't.
Council, Ms. Price, you might provide him a copy of the application and specifically, got it in front of me, I'm sorry. It is number 11, page 17 in the table of contents. Record of environmental violations. You got it in front of you?
Yep.
All right, so you, when I asked you the question a second ago, you added this qualifying limitation of, in the context, I'm paraphrasing, in the context of electric production or something, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is that a limitation in the requirement? You can take a chance, you take a second to read it if you'd like.
I'm going to trust you and say it's not.
Okay. So I just asked again, why stop at the 2? Was that your decision or someone else's? I'll withdraw the question. Was that your decision or someone else's to stop at the 2?
That was my understanding of stopping at the organization that again is basically developing renewable energy projects. The next entity above Orden, again, has a vast number of business units. They're involved in different activities that don't relate to developing electric generation.
Okay. Do they have a seedy environmental history? Is that, I mean, were they explicitly not included out of concern that identifying environmental violations under this would put the project at risk?
No, it was only because we thought that it related, again, just to projects involved in electric generation entities.
Okay. And did you make that decision or in consultation with someone else or in consultation with council?
That would just be consultation with council.
When did the lease assignment occur, approximately?
I think that was.
Let me withdraw the question. Did the
No.
lease assignment occur after the filing of this case?
Megan would know that, Megan
Okay.
Stahl would know that answer in terms of the timing of all the lease
So
assignments.
hopefully council will update and give us a copy of those assignments, so we should know the date that it was made. Then the contract for O&M, has Orden ever had a subsidiary with a contract for the O&M in terms of operations?
We have gone out to contract for O&M for projects that we have had that was ultimately used after the project was sold. So we had been responsible as kind of leading the project through construction. You can't wait till the last minute.
Okay.
We helped prepare the O&M contract RFP to go out to the companies, and it was ultimately assumed by the company that acquired the project.
Just to be clear, it was sold before you all actually had, and I say you all, when Orden, whatever subsidiary that was, actually had a project going,
Yes,
built and operated.
correct.
Okay. Okay. And the contract was signed, and you said, signed and then assumed by the subsequent owner of the project?
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, and I'm sorry, I should have asked this question earlier. When you all get rid of a project, when you sell it, do you sell the leases? Do you sell the assets? Or do you just merely sell the LLC to someone else?
We will sell the LLC that has all those assets.
Just a package deal, it's all there?
That's correct.
All right, counsel?
Nothing further.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's take a short, given our time, let's take a short 5-minute recess, let everybody get something to drink. We will come back at 4:15. we're back on the record in case number 2023-00246. Ms. Price, Mr. Osterloh, would you all like to call another witness?
Mr. Chairman, we would call Richard Kirkland.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please state your name and business address for the record.
Richard Kirkland. My address is 9408 Northfield Court, Raleigh, North Carolina. I work for Kirkland Appraisals, LLC.
Ms. Price.
Mr. Kirkland, at Kirkland Appraisals LLC, what's your title?
Owner, I guess.
Okay. And what has been your role with this project?
I've done an impact analysis looking at property values.
Okay. So did you assist in the preparation of a property value report that's been filed with the application submitted in this case?
I did.
And do you have any substantive changes to that report that you've previously submitted?
I do not.
And do you adopt that report as your testimony here today?
I do.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Counsel, any questions for this witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kirkland, have you done any other work for Dogwood Corners or Orden?
I've done some other work for Orden, but not Dogwood Corners.
And where did you do that work?
I don't specifically recall, but I've done other impact analysis like this for that company.
How many occasions?
I don't know offhand. I could find out and get back to you with that.
That's all the questions I have.
Counsel?
Mr. Kirkland, in your report, you stated that you used a matched pair analysis, is that correct?
It is.
Could you describe a little bit about the process that you used, what type of properties you reviewed and drawing your conclusion?
Sure. So the matched pair or paired sales analysis is sort of like the overall heading, but we look at properties that are sold. In this case, we normally focus on residential uses next to existing solar farms. We compare those to similar homes that are in the same area, sold in the same time frame. But the only difference, hopefully, we try to minimize the differences to where we are just looking at isolating whether or not the solar farm had any impact, anything we can measure off of that. So we look at 3 or 4 different homes that are sold in that same time frame, in that same area, and compare those and see what we find. We've also done throughout this is sort of a variation on that sale/resale analysis. And that's where you look at a sale of a property before the solar farm was announced. Look at sale of that exact same home that sold after the solar farm was built. And we compare the FHFA home price indicators, so we're just using the federal guidelines on appreciation for that area, and compare where that price should have appreciated to where it actually sold to see if there's any impact we found there.
How are you able to draw a conclusion when there's not been a lot of solar projects in Kentucky yet that's been built?
Well, we've looked at 18 projects in Kentucky, and we've looked at, we found sales next to 2 of those that we could look at and do research on. We have multiple paired sales that we've been able to do from those. But also, we've compared that to nearby and adjoining states and the data that we've pulled from those. And when we do that, we also look at the demographics as far as population density, average home prices, and median incomes to make sure that those are reasonable areas to compare to this area where the project is going.
I know you've probably heard a lot of the comments today from the residents, and they're concerned about their property value. How does I know the viewscape and the view of the area is important to the residents. How does that factor in at all in your analysis?
Viewscape is one of the categories where we look at, and in the report you can see we talk about a breakdown of things that might cause an external or an impact on adjoining property values. And we talk about them sort of in a hierarchy, just kind of going down, because we do impact studies on a lot of different things. And when you do find an impact, typically they're sort of ordered in that hierarchy as the biggest potential impacts to the smallest potential impacts. Appearance is the only area that we have real concerns about with solar farms, and that is actually the smallest area of category that we can look at as far as typical impacts. Where we have found impacts related to appearance, not associated with, I think referenced earlier was something about oceanfront view. Avoiding very obvious, clear, large jumps that come from oceanfront or golf course frontage. When you're looking at just general sort of agricultural or rural views, we typically find that those impacts are relatively small and are typically negatively impacted by tall structures and things that are hard to obscure. What we have found, and based on the data that we're looking at, since we are not finding any of these negative impacts, we believe the reason we are not is the appearances are being mitigated through the setbacks and also through the landscaping buffers, both of which address views. And when we talk about views, there's not necessarily any kind of promise that you're going to have a future view of what you see today. You have potential to be next to all the different things that are already allowed for that property, even without such a hearing as this. So your view may change over time. If you back up to timber, timber gets cut. New ag buildings get built, and that's part of that structure. Where we have seen in rural areas where you can see a premium or something that you could measure like that would be where if you have a property that's next to, say, conservation easement, where that land and that view is protected, we can show that those properties do sell for a premium, but properties in rural areas do not sell for a premium based on those views. And that's part of how we address that. But I would also say that there's examples in the report that show photos here in Kentucky of homes that sold next to solar projects, and they do show the screening and also distant views of the panels.
Do you recall if any of the reports that you've done, that the residents' home value was affected if they could see out their window 3 or 4, every turn they're seeing a solar panel? Have you done any reports where their homes were similarly situated like that?
Actually, even in the report that I've got here today, they're looking at the projects that have already been approved here in Kentucky. Most of these projects, if you look at them, have multiple parcels that have solar panels being built on 3 sides of them. It's not an uncommon scenario. I don't have specific sales data in this report in Kentucky that shows that, but we have seen that before and looked at in other states.
But in other states, not in Kentucky?
Correct.
No further questions, Chairman.
Deputy Secretary Lyons, anything for this witness?
Well, just, yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kirkland, you essentially answered the question that I was going to ask regarding testimony of one of the citizens about being surrounded on all sides of their home. But generally, your analysis is more broad than looking at one specific home. Is that correct?
No, we specifically look at all the adjoining parcels. We measure how close every one of those homes are to the panels and look at landscaping. And we're addressing whether or not those match the sort of sales data, the data we have supporting no impacts, and make sure that they fall within those parameters.
So, in this particular instance, the lady that testified previously, you did look at her home specifically and determined that there would be no value impact on that home?
Correct.
On that specific one?
Yes, I think she's parcel 31 in my report, so you can see where we identified how close her home would be.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Montgomery?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question. Good afternoon, Mr. Kirkland. In your report, how far back does it go in terms of a timeline?
I'm not sure I understand timeline as far as what?
So let me rephrase the question. You obviously have looked at prior sales of homes near solar projects. How far back does your data go?
Well, we've been looking at solar farms for about 16 or so years. So without looking for specific sales data, I would say around 15, 16 years.
Okay, and that kind of gets to my second follow-up question, is in a market where you have more demand for housing than you have supply, it would seem perhaps that there would be less of an impact, whereas if there was more supply than demand, I wonder if there would be a wider gap in potential impact. Is that a fair assessment or no?
Well, again, I understand theoretically sort of what you're asking, but whether or not that has more of an impact or not, it's hard to say. We've looked in a wide range of markets. We've looked in 28 states at this point, and we're finding that not all those areas that we're looking at has high demand for housing. In fact, most of them don't. Most of the areas we're looking at are very rural areas, and if there was high demand for housing, the land probably would be going into housing as opposed to solar farms in most of those cases. So I don't think the data really supports the theory that you're saying. But again, that would be something that you could look at.
That's all the questions I had, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bollinger?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions. Mr. Kirkland, wouldn't it be fair to say that in rural areas, the limitations and data could potentially skew your final number from a detriment in value?
Rural home values in rural areas are definitely more challenging than if you're looking in a more urban, suburban area. Just because you have a much wider variation in the property types that are going to be selling as terms of size, quality, age, acreage that goes with it, and things of that nature. But what that typically means is that there's going to be a greater variation you'd see in any appraisal that was done on those properties. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there would be any shift in what you're looking at as far as the impact analysis. We've looked at homes that are selling in areas like this, and so I would say the data is consistent.
So did you just use like a statistical analysis and grab all the data that you could in that particular area, kind of plug it into your model, and, it showed you a plus or minus less than 5%?
No, we're not doing a statistical model. That's more of like what the some of the like the Berkeley study and things like that looks at. We're doing appraisal techniques, looking at the paired sales analysis, where we look at specific home and compare it to 3 or 4 other homes in the area. So we're looking at the variations on that. So we're looking much closer at, whereas like say the Berkeley study is doing the high up.
Okay. Was your data limited just to homes, or was it other property types in the general area? Like, did you look at other potential neighboring farms that could be impacted, or any commercial buildings that could be impacted with? So was your study just limited to home, values more or less being affected, whereas all property types could be affected by that?
Well, our study does focus primarily on residential uses. We have looked at farms in a number of situations. We've looked at commercial buildings in a number of situations. But doing any kind of paired sales analysis on commercial properties, industrial, anything like that becomes very problematic because those sales are a lot less frequent and they also have a lot more variation. Being able to do a proper paired sales works very poorly on those. And also, most commercial uses do not typically receive the types of appearance impacts that you would expect from like this. The residential use is sort of the canary in the coal mine because it is the most sensitive to these variations, and therefore, if you can show and look at those and find no impacts, you would not expect to have any impacts on office or commercial uses like that. And similarly with farms, we've looked at farms, but the variation in farms has much more to do with the quality of the soils, the amount of wetlands or creek crossings, and how much timber, and it becomes a much more complicated answer. We do a lot of farm appraisals, and it's, again, we're back to when you look at it, the residential side is more sensitive, and it's also more readily available with more data for you to do a number crunch on.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Payne?
Yeah, I had a quick question. I noticed in your report that you had shown where the closest structure was like 516 feet away, which I'm assuming was the person that came forward during public comments that was going to be surrounded on all 4 sides. And then the furthest away was about 1,600 feet.
Well, the furthest away is, I'm sorry, the furthest away is much further than that. The average is 1,600.
The average, that's what I was getting to ask. The average was 1,600 feet. In all the years that, you said you've been going back 15, 16 years, do you see no delineation between the 500 and the 1,600 feet? Or do you see that, well, if they're 1,600 feet or 2,000 feet or 5,000 feet, is the impact less than the 500 feet?
Well, again, the sales data we've got numerous sales, including in Kentucky, showing no impact at 300. In Kentucky, we have, I think the closest 365 feet. So I can't do a gradation off of that from 200 feet or 500 feet if I've got none at 300. And I have in other states, specifically North Carolina, actually the closest solar farm to my house, we have brand new homes being built 100 feet from the nearest panel. So, and again, definitely not showing any negative impacts there. And we can see where that farm sold. It was a farm before the solar panels got built. The farm sold for development. No impact on the farmland sale. Subdivision infrastructure goes in. All the lots sold to builders. Some of the first houses sold, or lots sold to builders, were the ones that backed up to the panels. They sold for the same price regardless. And the home sale, actually the most expensive home in the neighborhood sold, was 105 feet from the closest panel. So when you talk about that, would there not be a difference at 1,600 feet versus 100 feet? At some point, I got asked this question once, and it was the first time I thought about it, but at some point, if you make that buffer so big, you're starting to enhance adjoining property values as opposed to, because then you do fall very similar to what I mentioned before about conservation easements. If you've got a preserved view next door, essentially, then you do have kind of an enhancement from that. And so at some point, we're not talking about negatives, we're talking about how much of a positive it is.
That's a good point you bring up. So at a point of a buffer, that it's a help to a community possibly.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. When you were doing the analysis, I noticed that this particular project, the amount of adjoining property owners that were residential were roughly 59.7%. And then I looked at a lot of the other projects that are in Kentucky now where that number is 17% or 30% or 35%. It looked like in your all study that this particular project is absolutely one of the top projects in terms of sticking it where there's an awful lot of residential.
I don't think I would agree with that assessment. First of all, I could point you to the pages in my report, but, sorry, I folded over some, because I thought this question might come up. Starting on pages 47 and looking at some of the samples of other solar farms in Kentucky I looked at, Fleming 2 Solar, 56% of the adjoining uses are residential. Over that, next to that, Henderson County Solar, 72% of the adjoining parcels are residential, and so on. Next one's 47%. After that is 60%. After that's 46%. But that's based on the adjoining parcels. We also looked at everything based on the adjoining acreage, which I think you need to look at both.
Have you done appraisals on those three projects you just named? Have any of those houses sold?
We've been looking at those projects, but we haven't identified any sales for analysis on those.
Right. So out of those three projects you just named, you all don't have any data.
We do not, but these are the ones that I can point here. But I would also point nationally, when we look at the adjoining uses, page 102 in my report, you can see that based on the adjoining uses, residential makes up, on average, 61% of the adjoining uses on all the solar farms we're looking at. The median is about 65%, and in some cases, we're up to 100%.
Do you happen to know by chance what those set-offs were on a lot of those projects?
I have all the data that forms this chart that I was just citing. Yeah, we have them all written up in my reports, but they're all in each one of those there's about 800 solar farms. Each one is a separate Excel file.
Okay.
So, I mean, we can give you that if you want, but it might take me a minute.
I was just curious as to what in the ones that are cited that are comparison to this one, what those set-offs are. What's the average set-off on those? I know you said it was all over the map, so I won't ask you to get put on the spot. But I was just curious in that. But there is.
Actually, I can't answer that. I'm sorry. I do have that in here. The closest home on average for those that I was just citing, 344 feet.
344 feet. For the ones in Kentucky,
Well, no, that's for those. The ones in Kentucky, that's a different chart. That would be page 33. The closest one is 120 feet. The average is 446 feet, and the median is 240 feet. But that's for the 18 solar farms in Kentucky I looked at.
gotcha. And out of those, this one would rank approximately fourth in terms of density to houses?
As far as it goes, again, I mostly focus on the adjoining uses by acreage, and they range from 0% to 24%. And your project when I look at it the Dogwood Corners project.
Not by acreage, I'm talking about the number of residential adjoiners. It looks like we're at 59, and there's a 76, a 69, and a 60, so we would be fourth then, right behind that.
Again, I'd have to look at it, but yeah, I don't have them ordered like that because I look at it by the percentage by acreage. But yeah, it's in the ballpark, and it's right around the average and median of what I typically see.
And my last question, and I'll let you go. When you all did this appraisal, did you all come to Christian County and look at these houses, or is this all done via the internet?
When the report was initially done, this is done by the internet. Since then, my son, who is also licensed in Kentucky, he has visited and looked at the whole site.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'm looking at your report. I was curious when you said that you could identify parcel 31 in particular, but in helping me please help me understand exactly how to read this chart. If we look at parcel 1, what is the percentage that says adjoin acres? What does that mean?
All we're doing is just sort of adding up. We're looking at, you've got 90 acres. If you look at the total on page 9, there's 3,129 and change acres total. We just divided that 90 acres by that number.
So you're saying that 2.88% of the acreage would adjoin the solar panel?
Of the total acreage adjoining the project, that parcel makes up 2.88%.
Oh, okay, I understand, okay. And then I understand that the distance in feet between the home and the nearest panel. And then what does LF adjacent mean?
That's the linear feet of adjacency. That's actually something I only track in Kentucky because of questions from this board about how many linear feet of adjacency there was. That's not something I typically track, but we do here in Kentucky.
Okay, so in parcel 1 there, for example, there's 90 acres, and 1,380 linear feet of that property would be adjacent to the solar panel?
Correct.
Okay.
And where you see the numbers on linear feet adjacent going down, if it's in red, it means it's across the street. And if I put a 1 there, it's probably, that's generally just a placeholder for it. It kind of came to a point there, and so we just put a 1 to.
Oh, so it just sort of touched
Yeah, it's
at
a corner case.
of the
So we just put a
property.
1 there.
Okay. And so you were talking about how viewscapes can affect property values, and that unless there is a protection like a conservation easement, that rural properties do not necessarily sell for a premium based on their view, unless that view is protected.
Correct.
That was the point you were making about conservation easements. Are you saying that these buffers between a solar facility could actually serve as an enhancement, much like a conservation easement, if there's a guarantee that you will be a certain distance from the nearest development?
It depends on exactly what that buffer is and what it talks about. So if that buffer is like, this is going to be a, entirely wooded 500 feet or between you and them in perpetuity or for the life of the project, then yeah, that could be a potential enhancement.
So is it potential, like a hypothetical enhancement, or you've seen cases where they actually work as an enhancement?
Again, I do conservation easement work all the time. So yeah, I see conservation easements protecting value when you remove development rights and people know what's going to be next to them. They know there won't be a house built right next to them, things of that nature.
But what about solar facilities with buffers?
Again, that was just theoretical to answer his question.
Okay, all right. And then the place you're talking about in your home in North Carolina, there have been homes sold within 100 feet of a solar facility, and your studies have shown that it didn't affect the value at all.
Well, yeah, not just my studies, but, I mean, the builders built them and sold them, and other appraisers have looked at them as well. When they sold, a lot of the appraisers in North Carolina will call me about solar questions, and I know that the appraisals were done on them, had no
Okay.
impact.
And so the ones you've seen that were 100 feet from solar facilities, and it didn't appear to affect the value, was this a similar type of area? Are we talking about city blocks, or are we talking about rural farm areas?
It's similar. It might be leading towards more development in the future. It's in a very rural area. You know, we still have, you know, pasture and a lot of farmland in that area, but development is coming. So it's a little different in that respect, because there is, you know, construction coming, but there's still a lot of fields. So we're in that hybrid area. But everything still is in that area. When it sells, it's selling either for large lot development or it's going for farm, and that farm use is almost always an interim use holding for the future.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. Where your home is that outside of a big city?
We're in Wake County, which is, you know, that's outside of Raleigh, but.
Which is a pretty big city.
Yeah, Raleigh's
Yeah.
a big city. We happen to be in a corner that is much closer to the Johnston County, Harnett. We're in a weird pocket, so there's not as much development there.
So when you're looking at where you are and where we're looking in Christian County, they're pretty different.
Yeah, and again, I was just pointed that out to show that example. I think that much more, a better example would be the sites in Kentucky that I pointed to, the sites in Indiana and Virginia that I've pointed to. Spotsylvania would be a really good example to show to this area.
And I may have misunderstood you, but did you say before that you've never seen a negative impact on a solar project for a residential sale?
Again, no, again, there's data in my report right here that shows some examples of negative impacts. But the aggregate of the data shows, when you look at the pluses and minuses that go through, roughly 80% of the data shows no impact. About 10% of the data, or 15% of the data shows a positive impact, and then about 5 to 7% of it shows a negative impact. So most of the data, when you look at it, over 90% of the data either shows no impact or a positive impact.
And that stays the same whether it's rural or urban?
Yeah, well, I mean, for the most part, I would say yes, except for the fact that I do not look at a lot of urban solar facilities. I
But
do
you've
know
been
that
doing this for 16 years?
I have, and we don't typically have these types of hearings for a lot of the urban ones, at least not that I've been called into.
And how long have you been involved with Oregon?
A few years, I don't really know.
And how many impact analysis have you done?
I'd be happy to get that from my
Okay,
files.
so
and
if
let
we
you know.
ask for that in a data request, you can provide that?
I certainly can.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just a follow-up question, please. So your report finds that there was no impact on property value for the adjoining landowners in this case?
Correct.
And that no impact, is that based on an average, so that some of them may have had a positive impact and some of them may have a negative impact, and they average out to no impact, or does that mean that no adjoining landowners had any impact?
Well, we didn't see any negative impacts. Again, the setbacks at 500 feet, the closest home being 518 feet away and having landscaping screening, from all the research and all the data we've got, that is significantly further away than needed to preserve property value. So I would say that the plan put forward here is clearly a much bigger setbacks than is typical. I mean, even in Kentucky, you can see the average is a lot closer between home and panel. And it's for those reasons that, since to address appearance is, in the view shed, is distance and landscaping, then that much greater distance. I mean, we're at 500 feet, we're almost 2 football fields away, so we've got a significant separation.
And then at our public comment hearing down on site in the local public comment hearing, someone talked about how their home is on a higher elevation, like built on a hill, and that no amount of trees could correct the damage to a view shed. Do you remember that particular house, or
I
whether
don't
that
know.
one?
I don't know specifically which one that is, but again, lots of the examples we have, and again, we have photos showing the views from backyards. And those photos, I should mention, are all from ground level. You can see panels in Crittenden from the backyards of these homes, and a lot of them are two-story houses. You could certainly see more of the panels from that second floor, and they're still not showing any negative impact on property value.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You've got a listing of all of the facilities in Kentucky, I think on page 33 of your report there.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there.
All right.
Okay. Those are numbered 610 through 794, is that right?
They are.
Okay. Do you know which of these are actually built and operating and which ones are not?
If you go to the following pages where I show the projects that are listed there, I note there if one's proposed and not built yet. Some of those near the end have not been built. They're still in the process.
You say near the end.
So, again, I'll just go through it. So clearly on page 34, 35, 6, 7, those are all built. You can see them.
Yeah, so the 2 megawatt facility, the little ones, so between you and me, we'll just call them the little ones in northern Kentucky. We'll and Winchester. But the small ones there, we're between 2 and 8.5 megawatts, right?
Sure, so.
You don't even have Crittenden built. I'm pretty sure Crittenden's been built for a while, but it may just be an older picture there.
Yeah, you can see it in the panel. It's on the right-hand side.
Oh, the first phase of it, great, okay. Then you get to Glover Creek, that's a, that's not is that an as-built there, that picture?
This is built in 2022, so this is from the site plan, I believe. But finding an aerial from 2022 is not always easy.
I don't know. Council, are we able to stipulate that some of these are or are not built? You all have better knowledge of that than I do at this point, as it relates to Garrett, the one in Garrett County and the one in Metcalfe County.
The one in Garrett County, as my understanding, is built. I am not aware that the one in Metcalfe County, the Glover Creek, is built. I can't say definitively one way or the other.
Okay. I was unaware it got built in 2022. So let's get past the very first 2 cases the siting board did in 5 years. Everything else. Russell Springs, Russell County Solar. It says that it was built in 2022. You think it was? I guess what I'm trying to say is, how do you know these are built and operating?
Again, I'm just going based on what the online record is showing me on those.
Yeah, well, I don't know what online. I'll just tell you, I chair the Kentucky State Board on Electric Generation and Transmission Siting now for 2.5 years, and I don't know if these things have been built or not. So how are you finding out if they're built and operating?
Again, I'm doing research, just trying to find it. I start with SEIA, the Solar Energy Industry Association, and start there. Their information's incomplete. So again, you just wind up kind of digging all around. I look, a lot of times what I'm finding are news articles that tell me about when the groundbreak, or when the ribbon cutting ceremony happened, is where I get a lot of that data.
Okay, so like some of these are saying they're built in 2022, but they didn't get siting certificate until 2022, or late 2021.
Well, and again, I apologize if there's any irregularity on that, but again, I'm trying to work off the data that I can find.
Okay. Well, and the reason I ask is because you were answering some of Mr. Payne's questions, but you were citing some of these other facilities, but like, I don't think that the Henderson Solar, for one, my understanding of the local circumstances, that it's going to get built. I don't think the ones in Fleming County are going to move forward, but those were the ones that you were citing earlier, right? Henderson Solar?
Well, I did look at those, yes.
Okay.
Again, I'm just trying to look at the ones that have been identified to me, and they're on my radar. If there's other ones that you think I should look at, I'd be happy to look at them.
No, I'm trying to have the reason I'm asking these questions, I'm trying to have an appreciation for, the comment was made by Ms. Cook when she was talking about asking talking to a realtor. I think she actually mentioned that she talked to Ms. Kirkman. If I want to sell my house, whatever. If somebody knows that they're bringing a solar, you have to note it. But if it's a project in which everyone knows is not going to get built, or which the developer has publicly said or locally said, we are walking away from this project, that's not something you've necessarily controlled for, right?
Right. Well, and again, all the sales data I'm using out of Kentucky are from projects that, I have an aerial satellite image that's showing that they were actually built.
What I'm trying to ask is, when you're comparing it to Henderson and saying the density in Henderson was this, or the density in Fleming County was this, and they have a project there. They may have a certificate of construction here, but they may not be building that project, and any sales that they have may not be, a seller would not have to disclaim a project that is not going to be built, right?
Right. But again, I don't have sales data or paired sales that I'm addressing from those solar farms. I'm just showing the solar farms that I researched, so you can see where I started from, and then the sales data follows after that.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is what is the relevance of those projects that may or may not actually get built or ever break ground? That may or may not ever break ground, and their relative residential percentages, right? The percentage of residential. How relevant are they to this one if we know in fact they are not? If we know in fact they are not going to get built, how relevant is the comparison between those for the ones that are not going to get built? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Gotcha. Well, again, I think you'd have an argument for saying that it's not that relevant, if that's not what it is, other than to say, those are the types of areas where solar farms are being sited and where people are looking to put them, even if some of them aren't going to be built. But also, that information is very consistent with the national data. When you look at that other data that's in the back that I'm showing you, again, 61 to 65% of the adjoining parcels are going to be in the residential range on average. We have some as much as 100%. There's a wide range where the solar farms are being located, and that's really all I'm using that data to show.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. That clarifies it. So those other high-density projects where we're number 4, those aren't 1, 2, and 3 above us because they possibly might not be getting built, correct?
So that's a question for you.
Again, they may not, from what I understand now.
Okay, well, that makes a whole lot more sense. Thank you.
I'm good for one thing, Mr. Payne, asking questions. If I could get paid for that for the rest of my life, I'll be set. Counsel, do you have any redirect for this witness?
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kirkland.
Thank you.
We'll call her next. We'll call Shane Kelly.
While he's going to the stand, Mr. Chairman, can we excuse Mr. Kirkland?
You may.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name's Shane Kelly. My business address is 9200 Shelbyville Road, Suite 800, Louisville, Kentucky.
Mr. Price?
Mr. Kelly, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Stantec Consulting.
And what is your title?
My official title is environmental scientist.
Okay. And what has been your role in this project?
I oversaw the development of the decommissioning plan, the noise assessment, and the traffic assessment.
And those assessments, were they submitted as part of the application for Dogwood Corners?
Yes.
Did you sponsor responses to data requests in this matter?
Yes.
Do you have any substantive changes to any of the materials or responses you've previously submitted?
No.
And do you adopt the information you previously submitted as your testimony here today?
Yes.
That's all I have for this witness.
Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Kelly, how many projects have you done for Dogwood Corners or Orton?
This is my first project for Orta.
This is your first one?
Yes.
And how much do they pay you?
How much did they pay me?
Yes, sir.
I would have to check our proposal.
Thank you.
No more questions, Mr.?
No more questions.
Counsel?
Just a few questions regarding the noise impact. Were you responsible for the response in the Dogwood Corners response to the consultant's report?
Yes, I was one of the people that helped draft that.
In there, under the noise impact section, it talks about Dogwood Corners did not want to limit pile driving and have noise mitigation measures.
Yes.
Was that your ultimate conclusion?
I would have to defer to Megan or Seth on that.
Do you agree with that statement that both mitigation measures are not needed?
My understanding is that if we limit the noise to those time limits, that we wouldn't need to do both.
No further questions at this time.
Deputy Secretary Lyons, any questions for this witness?
No questions, Mr. Chairman, thanks.
Mr. Montgomery?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Bollinger?
No, sir, no questions.
Mr. Payne?
No questions.
Questions?
No.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Close to evening.
Yeah.
Just a few minutes here. You heard the comments earlier about karst setbacks?
Yes.
Did you hear a distance in which the applicant would intend on placing facilities relative to known or open karst issues?
Yes, I believe there's a setback. I don't remember the exact number. It was like 200 to 300 feet.
Do you have did you make a recommendation in that regard related to?
No, we did not.
Okay, and have you personally visited the location of the proposed facility?
Yes.
Okay, and did you identify any open karst issues?
I did not see any there while we were on site.
Okay, as part of any desktop reviews or studies, are you aware of any expected or known karst issues?
That wasn't part of any of our reports.
Okay. Did you help inform the response by the applicant related to noise mitigation, the response to the BBC report?
Are you talking about the two mitigation measures?
Yeah, the timing and the suppression?
So after they had asked that, or she had asked that, I don't think we actually provided a response for that.
Yeah, and maybe not a formal response. I'm asking, were you consulted with in creating the applicant's response?
I don't believe so, actually.
Okay. And do you have personal familiarity with the construction methods used?
Yes, they're going to be pile driving to install panels.
Have you witnessed the type of pile driving that's used in solar
I've not,
projects,
no.
or you've seen the type of pile driver that they use?
I've not. I've researched that.
Okay.
That pile driver, the PD-10 that we talked about in the report.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank
Any
you.
redirect?
Nothing for this witness.
You may be excused.
And we'd ask that Mr. Kelly be excused from. Next, we'll call Dr. Coombs.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? I do. All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
So, Paul Coombs, 3604 Trail Ridge Road, Louisville, 40241.
Ms. Price?
Dr. Coombs, are you a professor emeritus of economics at the University of Louisville?
I am.
And did you assist in the preparation of an economic analysis report that was submitted as part of this matter?
I did.
And did you sponsor any data request responses in this matter?
Yes.
Do you have any substantive changes to either your report or those responses?
No, ma'am.
And do you adopt those previous submissions as your testimony today?
I do.
That's all I have for this witness.
Counsel, any questions for this witness?
Yes. Dr. Coombs, how many projects have you consulted on for audit?
For this company?
Yes, sir.
Oh, this is the first one for this company.
How many of these merchant electric generating projects have you consulted on?
Probably a dozen in the past 3 years.
Have you consulted for interveners or any party other than the applicant?
I didn't understand your question.
Have you consulted any party with any party other than the applicant for a permit?
No,
And,
I'm not sure I understand your question.
okay, okay,
Have I consulted with any other party about this project?
no. let me rephrase the question. I was probably inartful at this late afternoon time. Have you consulted for any party that opposed an application?
Oh, no.
So if I understand it, you've always consulted for the party who was the proponent of the application requesting the construction permit.
That's been the history. I'm not against doing consulting for any side. I'm not even an advocate for solar farms. I'm just an analyst. And so I'll give you my best answer regardless of which direction you're coming from.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I care to ask, Mr. Chairman.
Counsel?
No questions, Chairman.
Deputy Secretary?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Dr. Coombs. Now, I will not steal Chairman Chandler's thunder and ask about the disclaimer, but I do have a couple of questions.
Okay.
And the first being, given the proximity of this project to the Tennessee border, how, if any, impact does that have on your analysis?
That's a great question. As you know, Christian County economy is somewhat dominated by Fort Campbell as far as employment, economic activity. And so many of the people that work at Fort Campbell live in Tennessee. So there's very strong commuting patterns to those two Tennessee counties adjacent to Christian County across the line. I did not, it would have cost me, someone, many thousands of dollars to purchase a Tennessee state model with all of the county detail in it. And so I limited my regional analysis to, I think it was 4 counties in Kentucky. So keep in mind that the impacts, as far as construction go, the economic multipliers are very low in every one of these studies I've done, whether you look at 1 county, 2 counties, 4 counties, or even statewide. And the reason for that is we don't make solar panels in Kentucky. They're imported in. Most of the battery facilities and other components are generally not made here. So it's very limited, the amount of regional spinoff that we get from these solar projects for construction. It's positive, but it's not large like you would see on a manufacturing plant that has a lot of supplier networks around the region.
And as a follow-up to that, I noticed in your report that you said there's no occupational data for solar photovoltaic installers. Are you aware if there is any let me rephrase. Are you aware if the Bureau of Labor Statistics has any value assigned to that occupation within the state of Tennessee?
I'm not sure I follow you. Are you asking about occupational wage data?
Yes.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics does a 3-year cycle of these occupational estimates. It has something like 800 or 900 occupational detail. You're probably familiar with it. And they publish state estimates and they publish metropolitan area estimates, but they do not publish county level estimates. So it's not possible to break that out.
I guess let me reframe. So within occupational wage data, you have what's referred to as standard occupational classifications, I believe. SOC codes is what they are referred to which solar photovoltaic installers is a occupation with that's assigned a specific SOC code. And to your point, they have that data both at the state level and at the MSA level. And my question to you is whether or not there was a value assigned to that SOC code at the state level within Tennessee. Because I think we all know that there isn't such data in the state of Kentucky.
I didn't check the Tennessee data, but the last I checked, it was empty for even the state of Kentucky, which is why I used the national number, which is, I think it's $49,000 or $50,000 per job nationally for photovoltaic installer. Now, as we go forward here over the next few years, I'm assuming that's going to start getting populated because we're starting to see more actual construction and activity, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics will pick that up, and we'll start getting some more geographically relevant estimates.
And so this is shifting gears slightly, and this is maybe not as relevant given the timing of this project, but from an economic development perspective, you have some pretty significant manufacturing projects within the region, including Ascend Elements, Toyota Boshuku, and Logan Aluminum expansions. And as it relates to the construction industry that already has a low unemployment rate, if, and this is a hypothetical, if that project were to have come online earlier, so say in 2024 or 2025, would that at all be a concern to you, given the limited amount of workforce?
Sure, hypothetically, if there's an excess demand for construction workers, it would certainly raise their wages. And that would invite other construction workers from around the region to move in to grab these jobs for the projects. They're temporary jobs, and so a lot of times people will move and stay in hotels. You can see what's going on over in Hardin County now. You have a lot of construction workers who are living in apartments and even campgrounds, and for the life of their construction project, and then they go home. So it's possible. I certainly didn't look at it.
I wonder, and along those lines, I wonder if there is I believe it was Mr. Wilmore that testified that there are specific crates that would likely come from outside the state of Kentucky. And, I wonder if, and I'm not sure if you've looked at this or not, if there is enough, or if there's enough housing units to supply the amount of construction workers that would be temporarily placed in the region. Is that something you've considered?
I didn't look at it, but, Christian County has a population of, I think, about 70,000. So, it's a fairly urban county compared to most counties in Kentucky with a pretty good housing stock. So we're only talking about 300 construction jobs. So I would think they could easily absorb that.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair, any questions?
No.
Good afternoon, Dr. Coons. We meet again. Just to be clear, because I think that maybe the question was maybe some confusion. In terms of the siting board, you've testified for the applicant, but at least as it relates to the Public Service Commission, you have participated in cases on behalf of interveners. Is that right?
Not on solar projects.
Not on solar projects.
No.
But just
Yeah, years ago, I did some work for utilities and industrial utility customers and LG&E, et cetera, yeah.
Okay. The reason I was going to ask is otherwise I've been thinking that you've been the same Dr. Coombs that has filed testimony in these cases going back 10 years. So you're the same Dr. Coombs that's testified in front of the commission separate from the siting board cases.
That's true.
Yeah. So in your maybe preemptive, just to get preempted my questions, you have provided a little blurb in your report about the net economic impact of the project, right? Because in previous projects, you've talked about the economic impact, but it has just been the gross or the additional or incremental economic impact of the proposed project, but not talking about whether it is a net economic benefit. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. And is that in large part that you haven't provided that because you've been explicitly, you've not been asked to do it, or you've explicitly not been asked to do it?
I've not been asked to do it. When it comes up, over the past few years, it's come up a few times, and I've asked the developer if I can see the lease payments. This is really the key thing here, is how much income is flowing to the landowners from the lease payments relative to what the farmers could make from growing corn and livestock, et cetera. But I've always been told it's confidential, so I've never been able to see it. I have seen national studies on lease payments and how they're higher in urban markets, et cetera. And I have seen comparisons to how much net farm income farmers can make. And generally, what I've seen, it's 2 or 3 times what a farmer can make from growing crops. They can make from leasing their land for a solar project. And on top of that, they don't have to do any work, and they don't have to take any risk that they're going to get, their crop damaged, or prices are going to fall for corn or soybeans, et cetera, after they plant. So that's why I've sort of been comfortable with it. But the more these questions come up, maybe I need to start asking the developers. This is an important part of the puzzle, and it is. I don't dispute that it would be better to quantify a net economic impact, to look at the loss of farm income for these so many acres, and look at the linkages that has to the feed and seed and fertilizer and fuel and labor in the regional economy on one hand, compare that on the other side to the construction value, et cetera, but then especially the much higher income that the farm owners will have over 35 years than what they could from farming. From just a conceptual point of view, you're looking at the linkages of the farm doing farm operations at, let's say, 1/3 the income that they can get from solar. They lease their land for solar, they get much higher income, and presumably, if they don't move out of state, they're going to spend that money in the regional economy. So there's linkages on that side also, right? So they could build a new house, buy new cars, buy new furniture, go to restaurants more. So those are the two sides of the ledger. And in my gut, I'm pretty confident that the net is positive from a financial point of view, or an economic point of view. I can't weigh in on the emotional issues or the legal issues, but just from a dollars in the community, I feel comfortable that it's net positive.
Did you ask for that information in this case? Do you know?
I don't think I did, and the reason I didn't is I've assumed that all developers keep this confidential.
You're saying you've been told no enough times, you kind of stopped asking?
Yeah, I never pushed it,
Okay.
but I have asked for it, and I've been told it's confidential.
Yeah, so the lease payments, you were talking about that earlier. You heard my questions earlier. Would it also be important in that kind of analysis to have an appreciation for what the land is currently earning, that if it's being taken out of production won't be earned?
So the way I would do that, I wouldn't go to the farm owners, and I would look at, there's very rich data at the county level on agricultural statistics. And so we know how much corn, soybeans, livestock, et cetera, are in Christian County very well. We know the revenues, the cash prices, the cash revenues. We know the expenses. It's published every year. So if I knew, let's say it's 1,000 acres, and I knew the mixture of what that land was being used for, I could apply a county ratios on yields and revenues, look back 10 years at farm income in the county, and put a number down, a pretty good number, as to what that amount of property is generating in net farm income. I can tell you, I've looked at it at a couple other projects. I never had the lease income, but I did look at the agricultural data in Hardin County, and I can't remember, there was another county. And I was surprised that in many years, farm income is negative. Farmers lose money, probably 40% of the years. their expenses are greater than their revenues. So it's not the most lucrative. And the other thing to keep in mind, Chairman, is the property taxes. It's another indication. I pulled the parcels for the farms here, and I think there's about a little less than $10,000 a year in property taxes for all that acreage that is currently on the table. The Altus tax consultants projected taxes for the solar farm, knowing the distribution of the capital expenditures and what bucket they fall in for taxes, and it's $140,000 a year. So we're talking about 10, 12, 14 times more property taxes being generated from a solar farm than from farming. So another indication of net positive.
Yeah, so the last line here, and I think we had you've heard it today, the local public comment meeting the other day down in Hopkinsville. And one of the comments came up, and I said, I can't wait to ask Dr. Coombs this question.
So what?
I couldn't wait when I heard a comment to ask you the question that the person brought up. So Christian County is unique in the sense that it has, they described it this way, as effectively vertically integrated in the sense of having a farming economy in which farmers buy their seed there, grow it there, employ people, and then also have end use of many of the crops there in Christian County, either for food production or for ethanol or whatever it may be. In addition to having, most counties, especially West Kentucky, don't have their own grain elevators. They drive to different counties. That there is more of a, I guess it's not technically vertically integrated in the sense that it's probably not owned by the same people, but there is a more circular economy in terms of farming in Christian County as opposed to some of the other counties in the state that these projects have come in. Is there a way to separately account for that, or is it already accounted for in the way you do your study when we're talking about this conversation we're having, talking about the net economic impact?
Sure. So the in-plan models that I use for these studies has rich information about the linkages of agriculture to upstream and downstream to other industries, and it's customized to Christian County. So, if this became the decisive issue in this case, I think I should go down that road and try to make those estimates. I doubt that it's going to flip the answer, but if it's important to people, I can do it, and we could make estimates of the amount of dollars that stick to Christian County because of this amount of farmland, which I'm assuming is 1 or 2% of all farmland in the county. So it's not going to be a major difference, but it's economic activity that we can track and measure pretty well.
Yeah, and so finally on this, one thing I don't have an appreciation of is because for the most part we haven't had multiple projects in the same county. There are a few exceptions. We've had, I think, 3 projects in Henderson County, a few in Hardin. I don't know that any of them have been built, or at this point may get built. But we've had a few counties that have a couple projects. For the most part, probably given the number of counties we don't have a lot of repeat items. That I guess the reason I'm asking it this way is that taking 1% of farmland out may not necessarily negatively impact a grain elevator. But if you had 2 or 3 projects, at some point there's going to be a tipping point where there's no longer enough people sowing grain here, and so the place that sells seed is no longer going to sell seed. They wouldn't have, for the last 5 projects going out of production, doesn't tip it over the point, but this one necessarily would. Is that expected to how is that expected to show up in the plan as to at what point is the tipping point to where there are, I think about it being like marginal losses versus a significant wholesale loss of an entire amount of economic data.
A cumulative effect
Cumulative.
of multiple large solar projects transforming the local economy somewhat, less agribusiness and more making electrons. So it's a completely valid question, and but to me it's just empirical, and I have the tools to make those estimates.
Okay. If asked by an applicant, you could do it. It's just nobody is either asking you to do it or you've don't have the information necessarily to do it.
Well, I would need the lease information to make a statement. And it's not been a burning issue in most of the projects I've looked at. You know, if it's a county that it's more rolling and less fertile land, it's maybe not the highest quality agriculture, it's not gonna be as big a deal. Christian County has very good soil. And there's some down in western Kentucky in the bottomlands that have very good soil. So it would be more of an issue in those counties.
Council, any redirect?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Dr. Coombs.
Mr. Chairman, may Dr. Coombs be dismissed?
He may. Council, any additional witnesses?
No, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll take a very short recess. We'll go till 5:35. We'll come back and we'll allow you to call your witness.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess. Actually, can you hold on one second? We're back on the record. Can the folks that are virtual, please give me a thumbs up that you all can hear me? Great, okay. Back on the record in case number 2022-2023-00246. Counsel, would you like to call your witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. County Judge Executive Jerry Gillum.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
Christian County Judge Executive Jerry Gillum, 216 West 7th Street, Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
Counsel?
Judge Gillum, how long have you been County Judge Executive?
I have been county judge since January of '23.
And how, did you serve as a Christian County magistrate prior to your election as County Judge Executive?
I did. Previous term, I served as 7th District Magistrate.
Judge Gillum, did Christian County Fiscal Court in 2022, while you were a member, adopt ordinance 22-04?
We did.
We would like to mark this as Exhibit 1.
How many copies do you have?
I have a certified copy and 3 more.
Okay, if you can hand the certified copy to our reporter, does the witness have a copy?
He does.
Okay. One to our staff counsel, and then we can share up here. Thank you.
Judge Gillum, when was that ordinance adopted?
It was adopted, first reading was November 11th, or I'm sorry, November 10th, 2022. And the second reading was November 24th, at which time it was passed on both readings.
And Judge Gillum, does that ordinance provide for setback lines?
It does.
Does it provide for decommissioning of solar facilities?
It does.
Does it provide for screening for solar facilities?
It does.
Judge Gillum, to the best of your knowledge, until the adoption of ordinance 23-005, was this ordinance in full force and effect?
It
Your Honor, I'll
was.
object to the question. It's calls for legal conclusion.
I don't think it's a legal conclusion, Mr. Chairman. I think it's that this ordinance was in effect until a new ordinance was adopted.
Your Honor, whether it was in effect or was not in effect is a legal issue, not for a fact witness to decide or to comment on.
Your Honor, it's never been declared in.
So I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for the objection. The question was it in effect through the time period?
Yes, sir.
And your objection is?
The determination of whether an ordinance is in effect Also, effective is a legal conclusion, one of law, not one appropriate to ask a witness, fact witness.
I think I see the distinction. Sustain the objection. If you'd like to ask it differently, that'd be fine, but I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for what you're asking, because I think we're unnecessarily splitting hairs here. That it was voted in and that it was not rescinded, is that what you're asking?
It was voted in, it was not rescinded.
If you would like to ask that question, that's fine. I think that's a factual question that the witness can answer, but I agree if there's a contention of the effectiveness in terms of the process and passing, then I think that's a legal conclusion. So if you'd like to re-ask counsel.
Judge Gillum, let me ask you another way. You present when this ordinance was adopted,
I was.
was it rescinded?
It was replaced
And when was it replaced?
in July, or I'm sorry, when the ordinance 2023-05 replaced it as per the ordinance 2023-05 on the 14th day of November 2023.
Mr. Osterloh? Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask to mark ordinance 23-005 as the second exhibit, if I may approach the.
You may.
Have copies for, let me get one for counsel, Ms. Hatton, I apologize.
No problem.
You may have this one.
So I'm identifying these, counsel, as Christian County Fiscal Court number 1 and Christian County Fiscal Court number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And before we move on, counsel, if you would, just for a second, the witness has both of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these are both identified in the record, is that right?
Yes.
Somewhere in the record? Mr. Osterloh, do you have any objections to the marking of both of these exhibits?
No objection.
Okay, so before we move on, I just want to make sure where in the record for a second. Where do we think these, I think one of these is in the record in a response to to maybe which I think we didn't roll on, and I should have it earlier, the response to the consultant's report, is that right?
That's my recollection as well with respect to the 23 ordinance, 2305.
Okay.
Although I'm not confident that what we introduced was a signed version. I don't
I don't know that it was. What about the 2204?
The 22 was also an unsigned draft that we provided in response to the first deficiency, or our first response to the deficiency letter filed close in time to the application.
Okay. So do you all have any concerns about the veracity of these documents?
These documents have been certified and signed off. We do not.
Okay, so what we'll do, just so that we have I'll be very frank, I'm always, I said I wasn't we're gonna have to, but the response, I believe, that's signed in response to the consultant's report is just signed by an attorney. There's no oath or affidavit, and attaching this, it's not evidence, 'cause can't be an attorney and a witness. So, if nobody has concerns, my preference would be, if you all don't have an issue with the veracity of this and you've attempted to provide us copies for the purpose of our ruling on this, is that you formally move at the end of your examination here to actually introduce these as opposed to just marking those, so that we have the official certified copy, given the interest in briefing these later.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Gillum,
Yes, sir.
were you present in fiscal court on November 29th of 2022?
I was.
And did,
Sorry, Mr. Jones, we have an IT issue. Just hold your question.
thank you.
We're always operating on borrowed time here. Here's something we don't need the hearing for, or the hearing record for. We're just gonna talk about process here, and there's no due process issues, because you're all here. The regulation provides for post-hearing briefs to be filed 7 days following the hearing. up to this point, even in the one or two cases that we've had, and every siting board is different, but the cases that have been brought before a siting board, even in the ones in which there are interveners, we have abided by the regulation provides for a briefing 7 days following the hearing in a case. Do you all have a position as a concern around briefing 7 days after the hearing, especially given the number of post-hearing data requests? I have not looked at the regulation to whether or not it provides that to be waived or extended or whatever it may be, but this is actually the first real siting board case we've had in, let's call it at least a decade, where there have been foundational legal issues as opposed to just, did you meet your burden of proof or did you not, that there's actually a legal issue. Do you all have a concern or an interest or any discussion about post-hearing briefing in this case and whether the 7 days will be adequate or whether you all have an interest in seeking and seeing if the regulation provides for an alternative to that 7-day briefing?
I think, just for the caveat, full
Second, we'll let you know we're back on the record.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back on, Chairman.
Okay, we're back on the record. Deputy Secretary, can you hear us now? All right, perfect. Counsel, would you like to ask your question again?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to remember my question. Let me think about where I was. I was asking Judge Gillum, were you in fiscal court as a member of the fiscal court on November 29th of 2023?
Yes.
Did the fiscal court on that day have citizen participation?
We did.
Did Mr. Osterloh and Ms. Stahl offer comments to the fiscal court regarding ordinance 2022-04?
They did.
And what was Mr. Osterloh's request?
What I recall was concerns with the setbacks that we had presented at the time.
All right. And are his concerns memorialized in the minutes of the fiscal court meeting?
Yes, the orders for that 29th day of November says lawyer Todd Oskelos, no, I'm sorry, Todd, spoke on behalf of Orden requesting the court members decrease the setbacks requirements set forth in the ordinance and clarify the provision options.
Judge Gillum, could I ask you to speak up just a little bit or get closer to the microphone?
Yes.
Just because of that enclosure
Okay.
you're in. Thank you.
And
Do I need to repeat that?
No, I was able to hear you.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd offer order the Christian Fiscal Court. I have a certified copy of it. I'll share a copy with council. Copy for the commission and a certified copy for the.
You like to mark this as number 3?
I'd like to mark that as number 3, please, Mr. Chairman.
No, it's not this one. They're just minutes.
Mr. Osterlo?
No objection.
Judge Gillum, ordinance 23-05, does it also provide for setback lines, decommissioning?
It does.
Screenings?
It does.
Judge Gillum, have you familiarized yourself with linear distances in the Dogwood Corners application and plans?
From what I could tell, they were around 500 feet from what they proposed. And of course, our ordinance was saying 2,000 feet.
Do both ordinances say 2,000 feet?
Yes, that is correct.
And throughout this period, some of it you've been county judge executive, other parts you've been a duly elected magistrate on, serving on fiscal court. Has anyone from Dogwood actually requested a deviation?
Not that I'm aware of, not that I can recall.
I'll pass the witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Good evening, Judge Gillum.
Good evening.
Could you please read the title of ordinance 2305?
2305, yes. An ordinance repealing Christian County's fiscal court's court order, ordinance 2204, and establishing licensing requirements for solar energy systems installations in Christian County, Kentucky.
So you'll agree with me that ordinance 2305 repealed ordinance 2204, correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware of any other, I'm sorry, excuse me, let me strike that, rephrase. Are you aware of any Christian County ordinances that have been adopted pursuant to KRS Chapter 100?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you would agree with me that ordinance 2204 is not, in the county's opinion, a planning and zoning regulation?
I'm not sure I understood the question. I think he's calling for a legal conclusion. I got those several times, Mr. Chairman.
I will attempt to rephrase in hopes of expediting this. Judge Gillum, are you aware that the county has argued that ordinance number 2204 is not a planning and zoning regulation?
It still sounds like you're asking my legal opinion. We passed 2204 based on KRS 278-704-3 pursuant of Public Service Commission Staff Opinion 2019-06, authorizing the fiscal court to establish a setback requirements from properties and boundaries, residents and neighborhood schools, hospitals, and nursing facilities by ordinance with said setbacks. That was the premise of our ordinance.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. Are you aware as to whether the county has argued in Christian County Circuit Court proceedings that this ordinance is not a planning and zoning regulation?
To shortcut, I'd stipulate that that's what I argued in Christian Circuit Court, because it's not.
Thank you. That's sufficient for our
All right.
purposes. Judge Gillum, does Christian County, has it established a Board of Adjustments?
We have.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Counsel?
No questions, Chairman.
Deputy Secretary Lyons, any questions for the judge?
No questions,
Mr. Montgomery?
Chairman.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
This is the dangerous part, Judge Gill. Mr. Bollinger, any questions while you have the judge under oath?
Not at this moment.
Mr.
Thank
Payne?
you.
I do have one question, because it goes back to an earlier witness. So when Ms. Stahl was on the witness stand, she made a so they were aware that 2204 was in place when they made the application to this board, correct?
Yes.
Okay? And they were correct that it was repealed, but it was replaced on the same day, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so there was no lapse. So I'm making sure I understood, Chairman, that they did not put that in their application. That's what I'm trying to, so it was not in the application that was made to this board in September of 23 or when the intent was made in 7 of 23, even though they knew that this ordinance was already passed.
Mr. Payne, do you have any questions for the judge on that, or?
I just making sure that ordinance was there. It was not repealed.
Well,
It was not
and it's
repealed,
part
correct?
of, to answer your question, in ordinance 2305, one of the second whereas is the Christian County Fiscal Court, upon the thorough review and deliberation, has determined that it is in the best interest of the public to repeal ordinance 2022-04 and replace it with a new ordinance to better address the contemporary needs of interest of both the county and residents and solar energy systems as defined herein.
Okay, and that was in November of 23.
That is correct.
Okay, but the application was made in September. No
That is
further
correct.
questions.
As far as I'm aware.
No further questions.
Thank you. Vice Chair? Have you read the staff opinion that the original ordinance depends on 2204?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Have you ever seen a PSC staff opinion?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Would it surprise you if staff opinion 2019-006, issued July of 2019, in response to Community Energy Solar LLC regarding a Logan County, Kentucky solar project, finishes with this paragraph? This letter represents Commission staff's interpretation of the law as applied to the facts presented. This opinion is advisory in nature and not binding on the citing board should the issues herein be formally presented for Commission resolution. Questions concerning this opinion should be directed to the attorney at a particular number. Would that surprise you if that's how the staff opinion cited here ended?
Possibly.
Okay. You were on the fiscal court in 2204 and then judge in the 2305, is that correct? Okay, all right. So just so I have an appreciation for, I guess, what maybe the intent was, or what your personal intent was. Try not to get an objection from Mr. Osterlo here, Judge, so bear with me.
Okay.
The 2204 was the enacted, as you understand it, enacted in time for the application in this case. Is that right?
In this case and other cases that were looming,
Yeah, that's fair. I heard in public comments, other people were thinking about coming to Christian County, but it was the intent to have this, and was it the intent to specifically have this enacted before any of the other cases, any cases got filed for a certificate of construction with the siting board?
I think it was the intent of our court to protect the citizens of Christian County from what seems like a bombardment of outsiders coming in, soliciting land for solar.
Yeah, and I'm just talking about timing is what I was trying to have an appreciation for. But you all were trying to get this one in. The idea was that everything would be covered, all the projects would be covered. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then in the repealing, and I can only ask your intent, right? I can't ask any of the other folks. But in repealing the one, it was to, I guess, address any perceived issues of this, but also one is 14 pages and the other is 5. So at a minimum, adding additional requirements or more clarification on what the requirements might be or what the protections are.
I think all of the above, plus a process, better identifying a process with our CDS being able to have received the applications that are identified in 2305.
Okay, that's helpful. And then finally, something was brought up earlier in the hearing about there were preliminary discussions or at least presentations to the fiscal court around an industrial revenue bond.
Yes.
Have you all passed any ordinances or resolutions related to industrial revenue bonds specific to solar or electric generating facilities?
We passed that one, but it was repealed.
Okay. Have you all, while you've been on the fiscal court or involved in fiscal court, had any entered into industrial revenue bonds? Period, not
Yes.
just specific to solar,
Yes,
but
we
period? Okay. And you all have like active bond, you all have a council that you use to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And, part of you heard Dr. Coombs' testimony, part of the decision we make, or part of the criteria in which the statute says the siting board shall make its decision in whole or in part is the economic impact. A big part of that is the tax implication. Do you have an expectation, one way or the other, whether the county is interested in entering into industrial revenue bonds related to solar generating facilities?
I think it would be a very, very hard vote for the rest of my court members, and this is my opinion, to do of any type of incentive or pilot for a project of this nature. Based on the political ramifications of the neighbors and the people that we represent.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. Thank you, Judge. Any redirect, counsel?
Initially, Mr. Chairman, I'd move the introduction of exhibits 1 to 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
And
So granted, just to be clear for the record, number 1 is the 2204, number 2 is the 2305, and number 3 is the fiscal court minutes. Sorry, go ahead.
And I do have a certified copy of the order of the Christian Circuit Court that we can, just based upon its certification, make exhibit 4 if there's no objection.
Counsel?
What is it? I'm not
Certified copy of the Circuit Court order
Oh,
of
absolutely.
dismissal.
Would you all like to stipulate that?
Stipulate, yes.
Make it a little easier? Great. That way we don't have to go back through foundation. That'll be fine. So we will mark this as Christian County Fiscal Court hearing exhibit number 4.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I have no redirect.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Mr. Chairman, not from the Zoom.
Okay. Here we go. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. I have that the statutory 180-day statutory date in this case is March the 8th. Anybody disagree?
No, Mr. Chairman.
On the top of my head, I'd March the 9th, but it may be March the 8th.
We're just very conservative around here, giving ourselves a little extra day. All right, so we'll just say March the 8th for planning purposes. When can you have, you've heard the data request today?
I have, yes.
And I know I've made one request that instead of having to file for the assignments, that you all file those as a notice of filing,
Yes.
along with a certification or affidavit. When would you all need to, if we are able to answer the data, ask the data request by,
Probably Monday, or we could probably do it
Friday?
Friday.
If we were able to ask the data request by Friday, when would those be answered?
Given the timing, I believe we'll try to expedite and get it done by the following Friday, if that's acceptable, 7 days.
That'd be fine. That'd be fine. So here's my request.
Before we go further, Chairman, I had gotten a text from
Yeah,
Deputy Secretary that we lost a while ago.
Yeah,
They're
but that
back
would've
on?
been-
Okay, sorry, I just noticed.
Deputy Secretary, you can hear us now, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. That was from
Apologize, I just
earlier.
noticed.
So the regulation says, these have been a while, if applicable, a party of record shall file a brief no later than 7 days after the conclusion of the evidentiary hearing. I'm, just my personal opinion, I don't speak on behalf of society boards, it's not a legal conclusion, it's as worthwhile as the staff opinions that we've put out over the years. I think the if applicable is referring to whether an evidentiary hearing is held, but it just says a party of record shall file a brief. We have lots of evidentiary hearings, people don't file briefs, and so, anyways. Do the parties have an objection if the citing board in this case is a post-hearing procedural schedule orders the parties to file a post-hearing brief should they choose to do so at some additional or alternative time?
No objection from the intervener. Your
No
Honor.
objection.
Mr. Chairman.
How about the Friday after the post-hearing data requests are due? So if the post-hearing data requests are sought, are issued on February the 9th, and they are responded to by February the 16th, that the briefs in this case be filed by close of business or end of day on February 23rd.
I think the important question is that gives about 2 weeks for the citing board to issue a decision. Is that sufficient time? And if so,
I wouldn't have offered if it wasn't, Mr. Osterloh. I promise I'm looking out for us first. So we will have plenty of time if the briefs are filed as simultaneous, single briefs, no responses, no replies, no nothing, only address the legal issues and the evidence in the record. Will you all be able to file those briefs by February the 23rd?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Johns?
Yes.
So we will issue an order post-hearing. We'll talk about the other citing board members that provide that post-hearing data request should be entered into, that they should be sought by the end of day this Friday the 9th, responded to at least by the 16th, the earlier the better, Mr. Osterloh.
Yes, sir.
And that briefs will be filed on the 23rd, and the case will be the case will be submitted to be decided for at 12:01 on the 24th.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I just want to make sure I have the 4 hearing exhibits. Any disagreement there?
Correct.
Okay. I do want to go back and one item that I meant to take up at the outset, and with everything else I didn't, is the response to the consultant's report, the reply to the response to the consultant report, the reply to the response. You all never sort of replied or responded to that reply, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So as a general matter, the regulations require that any response to a filing not otherwise permitted is required to have a motion to do so associated with it. With that being said, you all did not necessarily object or respond to this. Do you all have a position as to the reply that was filed by the fiscal court?
No, Your Honor, it would have been something that's found similar in a post-hearing brief, so there's no objection.
Okay, all right. So we will, we'll address that in subsequent ordering as well, the acceptance or disposition of the reply that was filed. I'll go ahead and throw this out. Maybe this is along the lines of Mr. Bruce's testimony. Whatever you said in the reply, you may want to go ahead and make sure you mention in the brief in case the citing board rules not to accept it or whatever it may be. I just give you the heads up that, to make sure that it gets in the record for the commission's, or the citing board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there anything else?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right, we will issue the post-hearing procedural schedule, and if nothing else, this hearing is adjourned.